So, I've been sick recently. I was resting, but I had to go to the gym. Double back.
Could I get to the end of the characters and then call you, and then you can explain to me why Claudius was character? When you can.
Okay, we can do
Yeah,
that.
and you can explain the passion. Yes, please, okay.
Okay,
That's
guys.
it.
So Joe Rogan, just gonna do one stream with Joe Rogan from my stream, and you're just gonna
Or
go
you
through
can have it
the
down.
go through
You
the
have a lot of
passwords.
time. You have a lot of time.
Yeah, just gonna be going through the patch notes first, and done with my stream.
We have like 2 hours left. Yeah. You should be.
Yeah, I mean, like, as a human being, if you want to get better at this game, it is like crazy. It's crazy if you want to get better at this game as a human being. You're never gonna go to Joe Rogan. Real us go to Joe Rogan. And you can say when it is done reading the backwards and so what you're doing. And I'll explain everything in detail of the back. Uh,
This is a full novel. Are they talking about muscle arm? It's
Right? Oh. Down back one person. Down back. Bro, I don't know why I'm reading it this way. I'm such an idiot, man. I'm such a fucking idiot. Holy fuck. I don't know why I was reading it the other way around. I'm an idiot. That's how I know I'm retarded. And that's how I know Tekken 8 is carried. Because I'm not even able to read. I'm not even reading inputs correctly. I mean, that's cool. That's cute. Wait. Wait. No, it's not just cute. It's fucking sexy as fuck. It's sexy as fuck. Cause you know what that means? That I get to do big moves on King with armor, and then he doesn't get to full fucking launch me in return. It's actually insanely sexy. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
It's actually insane.
What they did is they actually, you can say, made the hate move weaker, and they made, you can say, the characters.
I would have looked somebody up to show you how sexy it was, but I'm not gonna lie, my brain is fucking melted. My brain is melted. And I'd look like a complete idiot searching up like Sydney Sweeney or something. Like, you guys would think that I know like zero fucking game. So I'm not even gonna do that. And I was gonna look up like a Japanese porn star, but I'm gonna get banned on Twitch.
There are many good changes they made this time. And this was like unexpected. To be honest, I was just chilling. I was resting.
This one doesn't full combo. I know what that
almost
means.
so like, it's gonna rest.
These are big ass changes, man. These are big fucking changes. Holy hell.
Because it's resting, I didn't
Nice.
like even I was like, I'm not gonna look at the patch notes because I didn't expect anything from the developers. But then,
Don't know who that is.
that was like, what I mean.
Wait,
Just to have a look at patch
What about?
notes,
No. What movement was I thinking of that they fucking nerfed? What is the one? What is the one like side swipe move? What is the one side swipe move? Yeah, patch today. Yeah, that's why everything's down. A lot of players are pissed right now. That's because Rick Woodruff, you got sidestep 2 nerf full combo. That's why you're pissed. This patch is amazing.
Yeah, I agree. Patch is amazing. Patch is amazing.
There's people complaining on Twitter. Hey, if you're complaining on Twitter, I just got down back 1+2 fucking nerfed, not a normal hit launcher anymore. Can you stop being a fucking pussy and think about the entire fucking game so that we have a fucking game to even complain about? Yeah, shut the fuck up. I'm sitting here in Japan with a fucking fresh asshole from getting fucking. Am I allowed to say rape on stream? Getting fleece Johnsoned for the past 3 days. I'm not even a high enough rank to even fight good players on their main characters. I'm fighting fucking side characters.
Meanwhile, I can say Joe is, you can say, where it's going to be the patch review. Let me show you what are the bits of the best things. Let's go with the profile of it. So we're going to do Japanese things. What are the pros nerves? You know, Lisa's nerve is big. This is a massive nerve because, this one will just close down. Not the second and attach now. Then it's other way to go now. So look, Anna's 3+4. Just move the 4 different. Here we went to 1, this is what I needed. So when you go to the whole way there now, they check faster than like taking we do here over the numbers. Faster than 15. And most of the things you don't need, it's not 8, it's not consumable. It's like 600. So how much is 600? Let me go through that. I'm gonna go down.
Get ready for the next battle.
The ticket bar is 900 pounds. So if you have the electrical gate bar, right, it's 900 pounds. So that is how much 600 is. So 600 hit bar maintenance. Now if you activate hit burst and you do the one hit move, you are hitting there. So now you have to decide, are you gonna do hit dash? Are you gonna do hit smash? Or are you going to do 10 power hitting? Because beforehand, someone will poke the hit, do 10 power hit move, right? And then do the hit smash. Now that's the thing is what works for most characters. You're gonna do that. You're gonna do that. There is no possible to most characters. So before unless they're gonna get any pressure, right? Let's say you're with, right? Let's say you were in not going to become, you can say, let's say activate hit, right? Go. Do like power attack. Now you would have like enough hit left. You maybe like another power attack or you can set a hit. A night based. Why am I hitting? Really? Maybe let me listen to myself. Let me listen. Hello. Okay. Is it better? Is it better? Hello? I don't know what's happening. You cannot make changes. You can make this for 1 second. Hello, hello. It sounds like- I think it's an exchange. I think hello.
I think it is not the mic. It is the settings. I think it is the settings. I'm using different mic. I'm using like the mic on my headphones. I'm not using this mini mic. Wait, let me try the other. Okay.
Hello. Okay, is it better? Bad again.
I guess I have to use this one. Okay, now I'll get my main mic fixed that I use for the streaming. I think I'm just gonna use this one because I have two microphones available. This is the backup mic that I'm using. Okay. Okay, so what I was saying. Okay, so I was saying, yeah, I was talking about the heat meter. So why that 600 number that everyone was nerfed, you can say around that number. Why that number 600 matters a lot? Because heat burst gives you exactly 600 frames of heat, right? Instead of 900, you get 600 frames of heat. So if you use empowered attack, right, your heat is gone. Beforehand it was not the case, right? Because in some cases they nerfed the heat value from 200 frames to 600 frames. So what that means, what that means is, if something did consume 200 heat, you could activate heat burst, do that thing 3 times, right? And then you would burn, you can see, all of your heat after using the heat burst. But now most of the strong hit moves, you can say, are consuming 600 hit. For example, look at this, you see, or look at this. Beforehand Devil Jin could do this sweep, right? And then he would be able to do, you can say, maybe heat dash after that or heat smash after that. But now if Devil Jin, you can say uses this thing, now he cannot use heat dash or heat smash, or you can say another empowered hell sweep on OP. That is the thing, right? So it is like, look, this is the treatment that like Victor got in season 1 long time ago, right? Remember, Kaz, do you remember when up 1+2 of Victor used to be a broken move, right? this move. Now, if you use it, you see, you have like very little heat left. This is not exactly 600. I think it is like, you know. So this is, you can say, the treatment they did to this move, right? And that is the thing that made the move, you can say, like less spammable, right? But now most of the moves got treated the same way, and I think this is a good treatment.
Get ready for the next
You should not be allowed to, you can say, like activate heat, right? Let's say you're snowballing, or let's say you want to do the comeback, right? In both situations, players could do, you can say, activate this, get the broken version of their character, and like spam the nunchucks. So like Lowe's nunchuck does not consume 600 heat anymore, right? Sorry, it does not consume 600 heat, but it consumes, you can say, a good amount, right? You cannot do 3 nunchucks anymore. It is not 200 something, it is now like 300 something. Let me actually tell you exactly how much it is. Players 8. Yeah, it is 300, so you're consuming like 300 heat with, you can say, the nunchucks, right? So now you can like spam nunchucks. You can like do two of these, right? As a low player, you still have the chance to do maybe one nunchuck, right? But the thing, like, this move does not launch anymore. That is the thing. That move does not launch anymore, and considering how much damage low does it the world, right? So something, when something does not launch, it, when something does not launch, what does it mean? It means, you now cannot, let's say if something is a launcher, right? You launch this, what you can do is you can take your opponent to the wall. Okay, Joe is about to call me. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me see. Guys, we're gonna join Joe very soon. Joe Burden. We're gonna do like detailed review of the patch, and I'll read through everything. Explain what these changes mean, why they made these changes. Right, we'll be talking about, you can select what the meta is going to be as well. I'm just,
I'm actually really glad. The game has changed a lot.
the game is much
The
different,
game has
exactly.
changed a lot.
The game is a much different game now.
It made me realize how many like heat damage launcher fucking moves. The thing is though is that the heat dash launchers already did get kind of nerfed, like pretty hard. Like they already scaled the fuck out of the heat dash launchers.
Okay.
So I'm not saying like the game is like.
I need to like keep an eye on when
I'm
Joe,
just saying
you can
that
say,
this is the
calls me,
best match I've seen.
because I have to join him. So okay, let's keep talking. What I was talking about, right? So like
To be honest, the heat dash launchers
controlling the
became, like,
neutral. Like I think this change is going to make the neutral much weaker, right? People are like all the players out there are talking about offense, defense. Okay, what, I cannot do this, I cannot do this. Yes, everything is true. Everything is true. But there is one thing that is going to matter a lot, and that thing is, now if you are losing, you cannot do hit burst into like a stupid hit dash launcher and kill your opponent. Comebacks are going to be much more difficult, and you won't be able to snowball as hard as beforehand. Snowballing, you know yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult to snowball the rounds, but there are some characters, which can still do this. We got characters that can do that. Uh, okay, guys, it is so much fun now. This game is going to be fun. You know, like low lost. Back 1 to 2, he dash launcher. So he lost this thing. And the thing is, you know, Logan still do, you can say, good amount of damage out of that, like 64. But you know, it is not launching.
Discord on this.
You know, the thing is, like, you know, you cannot connect it to, you can say, rage arts, right? You know, you cannot get access to the wall breaks, you cannot get access to the floor breaks, even though some characters are dealing still good damage with the hit dashes, right? But still, you know, it is like there are a lot of things that you're losing. There are a lot of things that you're losing. And all of the hit dashes are gone. You know, hit dashes faster than 15 are gone. I don't know why Namco did not deliver this patch in season 3. I don't know. You know, this is in season 3, but you know, it could have been, you can say, that patch 3.0, right? It could have been the part of that. You know, they just took, I think, like 1 month or less. Yeah, less than a month. You know, 2 days, less than a month to like bring us this patch, but they could have done it earlier. But that is fine, you know. That is fine. We go to this point. We have this patch now, which is great. You know, it is good. It is good. We are finally going to play some Rail Taken. We're going to finally play some Rail Taken. I think Joe is trying to set up, what is that thing called, Discord. You know, I have Joe's stream, you can see, open on my phone. Guys, very soon we'll just start the review, detailed patch notes review. You know, I'm not gonna talk about it. You can say, okay, you know what, this movie is doing that movie is doing that. You know, we'll definitely talk about that, but more than that, we'll talk about how it affects the game, right? You know, how you should play the character now, what you're supposed to do now. You know, Victor is finally. Okay, Joe Budden. Okay, brother. I'm gonna like message you on Discord, I guess. You know, I have your Discord already added. Then Discord. Okay. Okay, I guess I have joined the collaborative stream, right? I think I have joined it. Okay, so now I need to call you on Discord, right? Because I cannot watch your stream. Wait, let me watch your stream. Twitch, Joel. Okay, call your new account. Okay, so how do I add your new account, Joe? Please send me the username. Or you can like type TK underscore Abubakar. You can type that thing and send me the friend request. Because my username is same, TK underscore Abubakar. TKJ. Okay, let me do that. Wait, never mind. I got the request. Accept.
Or let me change the mic.
Okay. Okay, I can
Okay,
hear
there.
you loud and clear. Let me share it Discord as well. I think
Alright, there we go. I
everything
can
is
see now.
fine, right? Everything is fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. How are you doing, Jory?
Alright,
Good?
let me show this. Let me show your screen really. New and good. Let me show your screen.
Okay. Okay, we're
Alright,
good
there we
to.
go.
Okay, we're good to start now. So first of all,
So before you start,
yeah, go
my
ahead.
bad. Before you start, you think Claudio's fucked? You think
Yes.
Claudio's like actually fucked?
Yeah.
Like even after reading everything, you think he's like bottom one? Like no joke.
Bottom one, maybe we can make the tier list. I cannot say like bottom one, but I would say he's weak, right? I don't know like how you're going to play that character. It is difficult, right? So let me actually jump to Claudio first. So now, was like talking about the heat number, which is 600, right? You might have noticed that
Yeah.
Ramco did everything like 600.
Everybody, yeah.
Why did they do 600? Because look,
That's a full bar, right?
No, that is, you can say 2/3 of the bar. Full bar is 900 frames. So look, 600 has, you can say, a meaning, right? It has a purpose. What is the purpose? So beforehand, you can say in season 2, let's say you're losing, right? Let's say you have, and you might have seen this happen in tournaments and everywhere in casual play. Let's say you have this much HP, right? You do this, you have 600 frames of heat now, right? You have empowered version of your character, you have +1. This move cannot be stopped because it is armor. For people who say this move can be stopped.
Oh, you're saying in heapers. When
Yeah,
you do
heat burst.
you know how you have half hit. Wait, is that so? Do you not have enough to do one move when you have half heapers, or do you can only do one move?
You can do one move. In season 2, you could do maybe like 2 empowered attacks
4.
into heat dash. Now you cannot do that. You have to decide heat dash or heat smash or empowered attack. Just one thing. Look, I do this, bye-bye, right? If I do this and I decide to do this, heat is gone. If I do this and then I decide to do, you can say, a weaker attack, I keep my heat with a weaker attack, but then it is a weaker. It is not enough to, you can say, do the comeback. So snowballing is going to be much harder. Controlling neutral does not exist anymore with the heat. Because in season 2 you could just control the neutral, because I play a lot around neutral, and I had noticed this, where you can say whenever someone is under pressure, just have to do this, right? And maybe like press 2 buttons and you can see do the comeback. Now that thing is gone. Most of the characters cannot do that, right? So this is, you can say, the gameplay change they made to the game. Not only they did that, right? Not only you can say they did that, they also nerfed, you can say, the heat moves across the board. For example, this move does not launch anymore, right? So let's say as a Claudio player, if you want to go for a launcher, you have to decide. Joe's mic is messing up. Okay, let me check.
Oh my god, my god. Hold on.
Okay, I can listen to you now, but it is not clear. Okay, I guess I'm gonna continue speaking.
My bad. I can hear you. I was just
Okay.
I was eating something. My bad.
Okay. So now let's say the Claudio player, for all the Claudiumans out there, now you have to decide, right? If you want to launch, you use this, but then you lose all of your heat. If it gets blocked, you don't have heat, you don't have install, you don't have anything, right? If it gets blocked. But if you want to deal, you can say some amount of damage, now you use this, but then you keep your heat, which you can use later on to do heat dash, or you can do that, use that heat for the heat smash or whatever. So I think with the heat system beforehand, it used to be, you can say just keep spamming the same heat move over and over again. Now you have to decide, because they defined the moves. So launcher consumes more heat, no launcher move consumes less heat. Okay, now we're gonna go to the passion moves. So first character is Alyssa. I literally remember what they did change, so we might not even have to go to the document. So for Alyssa, what they did is they changed one move, which is high chainsaw attack. This thing you can see is only -2, and this is 16 frames fast. This is -2, and this used to be a hit dash launcher, and this move is like homing attack. You cannot stop this move. This is a 16 frame homing attack, which used to be a hit dash launcher, but now it is not a hit dash launcher. That was the one nerf. Alyssa did not get nerfed enough. Asuka got a lot of nerfs. Asuka is you can see with the Claudio there. Character, you can see got nerf. You can see a lot of key nerfs. I think Asuka got nerfed more than Claudio, because now this move is not a launcher, right? This move is not a launcher. This is plus.
Wait, sorry. For some reason, Abu Baker, they can't hear you for some reason.
Wait, they cannot hear me?
Give me a second.
Okay.
Wait, they can hear you now.
Okay. So this mid, this is a +2 mid. It used to be a launcher, now it is not a launcher anymore, right? Is it still good? Is it still good? Yes, it is still good. Is it OP or broken? It is not broken anymore, it is just that, good move. A good balanced move. I would say it is balanced because, you need install to do this. So it got that Claudio's down back 1+2 treatment, but this is still +2 on block. Claudio's Shoryuken is -9 on block. Same treatment, running 1+2. This move doesn't.
Wait, I'm really sorry, Abu Baker, but I accidentally had the mic muted for half of the Claudio stuff.
Okay, no worries. Okay, let me repeat that again. I'm gonna go to Claudio anyways, right? After Asuka, it's Claudio, I think. Because I'm gonna start again. So Alyssa. Wait, I skipped Armor King. Let's actually complete Asuka. So double hold 1+2 and running 1+2. These two moves don't launch anymore. And this thing consumes 600 hit. This thing. So if you're Asuka player, now you cannot say, okay, I'm gonna do this. Maybe I'm just gonna spam this, and then I'll decide maybe I can do something else. You cannot do that anymore. If you do this, your hit is gone. Right? So either you would do that, which is a launcher. So launcher consumes, you can see almost the your entire hit bar. And because most of the people just go to hit using hit burst compared to hit, you can say engager. And another nerf Asuka got was this nerf. This is not a launcher anymore. Sidestep 2 is not a launcher. So this, you can see this was more of a defensive nerf. And double hold 1+2, it not only nerfs the hit. It not only nerfs the hit, and same thing goes for the Claudio. It not only nerfs the hit, it also nerfs, you can see, the install. Because when your hit and install are same thing, right? When you are a character like Claudio or Asuka, and your hit or install gets nerfed, you actually receive double nerf, right? So a character like Devil Jin only received nerfs, you can say, when he's in hit, right? But Claudio and Asuka, these type of characters actually get affected even if you are not in hit. So let's say you have install, you're not in hit, you still cannot launch. You know, so like that is the thing. So Asuka is, you can say, like a much weaker character now, much weaker. You know, down 1+2 does not give her free follow up anymore. Uh, you know, so okay. Anyways, let's move to the Armor King. You know, Armor King did this. I don't know, like, why did they nerf this move? No one was using this move anyways. This move is slow and reactable, but whatever, you know. This is, you can say, that poison breath that leads into a free throw. You know, it's going to affect that, you can say, lower ranks. So poison breath, you can see, consumes 600 hits. So if you do this, now your hit bar is gone. So it consumes 600 hit now. And for the reference, total heat is 900. So Armor King Anna. Anna got big nerfs again. They nerfed Anna once.
Can you show the Armor King one again? I accidentally tapped out. Sorry.
Okay, so Armor King 1 is this thing. You know, he throws that poison breath. This thing, right? This thing consumes 600 hit now. So let's see if Armor King activates the hit. He does this. Now heat is gone. Now he cannot use the hit smash. He does not have access to the homing giant swing anymore. He does not have access to, you can say, all of the hit buffs, you know. Homing throws, down back 2-1, you know. So Armor King.
Also,
Yeah, go ahead.
also too, Asuka seems like the most nerfed, right?
Yeah, Asuka seems the most nerfed. Asuka seems the most nerfed. And because Asuka got nerfed, you can say one of the most nerfed character, you can say in like patch 3.0. So I think maybe Asuka is that bottom tier now. Asuka is very weak character. Like you know, you don't get anything here, right? This low is like almost useless. So if your opponent goes for, you can say, that option, wait. This one. So if your opponent wakes up like that, you see, you don't get any guaranteed follow-up. Number one thing, you don't have, you can say, like a low. This is the only low book that you have. Other than that, you know, now your mids are gone. Mid launchers are gone. The only launcher that Asuka has now is this. You know, she does not have great pokes either. So it is not like, you know, you can poke down your opponent. So you're going to struggle to deal damage. So how Asuka is supposed to deal damage now? I think with the parries, you know, low parry. This is low parry. This is kick parry, and this is punch parry. So you're supposed to deal damage with the parries, or you're supposed to deal damage by landing, you can say, cannon counter, tag 3, you know, evasive moves. So they just made her, you can say, a entirely defensive character. So now you are going to just play her like you played her in Tekken 7. So she's like, you can say, Tekken 7 Asuka now. Maybe, you know, when you have installed, you can launch with this.
Tekken 7 Asuka.
Yeah, she feels like Tekken 7 Asuka, right? But I think maybe like weaker than Tekken 7 Asuka, because in Tekken 7 she had this, you can say, the safe and block evasive button, right?
Was that counter hit launcher in 7?
No, this was not a counter hit launcher. This was, you can say, just a safe and block evasive button, but this is not evasive button anymore, right? And she's going to feel even weaker than Tekken 7 because, you know, every other character is strong. We still got very strong characters in the game. You know, Brian is there. I think Victor is now top 5. Victor is actually top 5 now.
Yeah.
Brian, you know, top 1 without any doubt. Brian is the strongest character. No nerf
Oh,
to
really?
that character. No nerf to that character. He
So
keeps
you don't
on-
think 4-2 is a good nerf? A good nerf for Brian?
You know, that is double forward 2 hit dash. So look, let me tell you,
Del
like,
4-2, yeah.
let me tell you, like, why that nerf does not matter. Let's say you are a Brian
Because I'm
player.
not gonna lie, I don't see that move actually get thrown out really that much. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I wonder why, because it's 13 frames, but it's like he has a Requiem and shit.
Yes,
So it's
because,
kind of no point.
yeah, let's say you're a Brian player, right? Why would you throw a high attack, which is -9, compared to a mid attack, which is -9?
Yeah, it's like 2 frames slower, just
Yeah,
only 2 frames
yeah,
slower.
just 2 frames slower, but much more safety, right? And you know, this not having, you can say, hit dash. You know, there is one nerf, right? The nerf is you cannot do this thing anymore. You cannot do this. This is the nerf, right? So in the open,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Because like in the open, you know, you could do like taunt jet upper, right? But now, so you know, now you have to like do the taunt jet upper, because now the easy mode launcher is gone. Brian players would do this, you see, and launch.
Yeah.
Now you cannot do this. That thing is gone. So that is actually the idea behind the nerfs. The taunt Oki, right? Into easy launcher. that is gone. That is the idea. In neutral, I still think QCF 1+2 is much better, much better, right? You know, it is still, you can say that heat dash launcher. You know, so Brian, best character in the game without any run, because, you know, Law got nerfed, right? And Claudio got nerfed, you know, Dragon got nerfed as well.
So you think the 1-1-1 with Law makes him like not like Omega broken anymore? Or you think he's just like around top 10, but maybe not even top 5 anymore?
No top 5, no top 5. Because, you know, it is not 1-1 alone. There are other things as well. Let me
Because I
explain.
think I feel like everybody thought he was like easily the most broken character on launch season 3.
Yeah, you know, he was up there. He was up there, you know, with the Brian and Ragno, right? Top 3, without any doubt. But in the recent patch, previous patch, low Ragno Brian, right? Where Ragno was, you can say, on the lower end, Brian and low were on the upper end of the top 3. Now, you know, it is not only 1-1-1 hit dash now. It is
Oh
not
yeah, the
only
other
that.
back 2 or whatever.
Yeah, back
two
1-1. Back 1-1.
Back
You know,
1-1.
another game design, you know, if we look at all of these nerfs and we reach to a conclusion, you know.
Oh, and
if
1+2. 1+2.
Yeah, 1+2
doesn't
nerf.
normal-
1+2 nerf, right? It does not launch anymore, you know. It is, you can say, big massive nerf. And there are like more nerfs. There is another nerf. So what Law players would do is, Law players would, as you can say, like do some, well, let me show you. There was a setup that Law players would do, because Law players during heat would spam the DSS parry. You know, they would just do something into DSS, and if you tried to punish, you would get parried. So for example, so let's say if you do this, and so if Law did this, you tried to duck, let's say you were a little bit late, you see, Law would do the parry, right? And that parry actually gave him the heat recovery. Sorry, heat recovery. Yes, look at this. Now he consumes heat with the parry. He does not recover it. So it is a double nerf, right? Because he was
I
getting
didn't even
some,
see that. I didn't even see.
right? You know, so beforehand he was getting something. So it is not like, you know, it is neutralized. He does not get that thing. It is not neutralized. It moved into the negative direction, right? So it has a negative value now. Beforehand, it had the positive value. So it is, you can say, a two-way nerf. Okay, you know, like Anna got nerfed hard again, because the thing is, like, she had, you can say, she had all of her counters got nerfed, and now she has, you can say, her heating gauges into heat dash launchers get nerfed. So let's say,
For the next battle.
so what did Anna had? Anna had 3+4. 14 frame heat dash launcher. You see, so that 14 frame heat dash launcher is gone. And why this matters? Because, you know, Anna lost this, Anna lost that counter rate, but Anna still has this counter rate, you see. And this counter rate, you can say, led into that heat dash launcher. So that is, you can say, the idea.
Oh
behind
yeah,
the nerf,
yeah, I forgot about that.
right? So now Anna actually cannot launch you here. Anna cannot launch you there. And the thing is, like, you know, with losing launcher, if you lose the heat dash launcher, because you can think like, okay, you know, with the heat dash launcher, you would do maybe like 60 damage. Right now you're doing 40 damage. Yeah, you know, that's right. You know, you're not losing that much damage, but the thing that you're losing is wall carry, right? You know, you cannot get the wall carry with the heat dash launcher. You know, if you had the if you had the rage available, you could add rage art into your compass. Now you cannot do that. You cannot take your opponent to the wall, you know, break the wall and do stuff like that. It is just 40 damage all the time. It is now going to be, you can say, the same amount of damage. With the heat dash launchers, you know, normally the damage would, you can say, stop at 60, 65, right? But with the addition of rage art, with the addition of, you can say, wall combos, wall breaks, you know, you could like score 100 damage combo. Now that thing is gone. It is always going to be a 40 damage. So, you know, she got like 2 of these heat dash launchers nerfed. Stance 2-1 and stance 3+4. By the way, they did not mention this nerf in the patch notes. This is not there. but you know it got nerfed. So these
Wait,
are
3
the
plus. I feel like I did see it. 3 plus 4 get nerfed.
yeah 3+4 is there, right? But Heat 3 plus Stance 3+4, you know, it is the same move, right? You see, and the thing is like when you are in Stance, it is 13 frames instead of 14, so it is 1 frame faster.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah, I thought I did see it on that. Whatever.
yeah 3+4 is there. You see, 3+4 is there, but they did not mention like Stance. Yeah, they mention like Stance 2-1, Chaos Judgment 2-1. Okay, Asuka, we discussed her. Next is Azucena. You know, Azucena, I have always been saying, you know, I made like a tier list on my stream 2-3 months ago. I put her, you can see, very high in the tier list. I have always been saying Azucena is a very strong and underrated character.
Yeah.
You know, she was not
You saw
there.
Ulsan. Did you see Ulsan that he won STO with Azucena?
Yeah,
Like he won one of the weeks of.
yeah. You know, he won a tournament. So now, you know, this is one of, you can say, like the key moves of Azucena, because she can like cancel this into this stance, she can cancel it into mid, she can cancel it into high, or do the normal strings. So she had, you can say, 4-5 options. Now this one does not give her hit dash combo, and this is homing. It had, you can say, great range.
Yeah.
It has very good range. So hit dash launcher is gone. Not only here, but here back 1-1-2. Here launcher is gone. And if we see, like, all of these moves are homing attacks. So forward 4-4 homing attack, back 2 homing attack. So they actually tried to make the Azucena's, you can say, they actually tried to make this character weak against sidestep. Because if Azucena is in hit, you cannot sidestep against her. You know, she just launch you. Now she cannot launch you. Another big nerf, you know, stance down 3+4. This move is not a launcher anymore. This move was a launcher. Mid launcher +4 on block. This move is not a launcher anymore. So they nerfed that. And another, I think the biggest nerf is, you can say, this move. This move is not a hit dash launcher anymore. Because she could do this. Counter it back in 3, Liberator 2 into hit dash
Oh
combo.
yeah.
That thing is gone now. So now it means you can like try to challenge her when Azucena is in back turn in heat. You know, you can try to maybe challenge her with the armor, because she's not going to launch you anymore. And why Azucena, you can say, losing these launchers, you can say, why it is like so bad for her, because she got that spike combo at the wall. You know, so if she launched you,
Yeah, her damage is really good. Her
yeah,
damage is really good.
so she would like
Combo
take you to
damage,
the
yeah.
wall, you know, deal like 20 million damage. Now that thing is gone. So these are, you can say, the nerfs for Azucena.
I think I see a lot of people complaining in the chat, or like saying, "Oh, this character is dead. This character is dead." But I don't think people realize that. I think what people are doing is looking at these changes, and then like putting it in their frame of like season 1 or season 2. But it's like everything seems like it's changed. Like this is like
Yeah.
a new. Everything is like completely new now with all this stuff being changed. So if
Yeah.
you just like look at, oh, your character in this season 2 lens, yeah, you're gonna look like he's fucking dead. But it seems like almost every character had got this treatment.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
think it's
Yeah.
kind of hard to tell for some of them.
Yeah, you know, thinking like overall, you can say it is balanced, but we still got some characters untouched, right? For example, Brian,
Yeah.
you can say remains untouched.
And Lydia, someone said Lydia. Is
Yeah,
basically
Lydia.
untouched.
Lydia is up there, you know, Victor is up there, Lydia, Brian, you know, there are like many characters who are up there, and those are going to be, you can say, priority pick, because like Namco, you can say, trolled pro players in a way where you can say everyone had decided, okay, you know what, this is the character that I'm gonna play, you can say, for the season 3. And just for the reference, Pakistan had I think the biggest tournament ever recently, few days ago. Atif Bhatt played Law. He came second, he played Law. I think he had his Law prepared, but now Law is gone. Right? So pro players had their, you can say, characters prepared for
Yeah,
you.
and all the Lily players, all the people that were trying to play Lily randomly before season 3 started, or TWT or whatever.
Yeah, Lily got nerfed as well. I think Lily is fine. So Anna, I think Anna is like weak. Anna is weak character now. Asuka is weak character. Azucena, I think, is fine. She's still good character. She's still very good character. You know, without, you can say, even with these nerfs, she's a good character. So Azucena, I think, survived. But Asuka and Anna, especially Asuka, I don't know like how this character is supposed to be played now. Brian, top 1 character now. Double 4 2 got nerfed, but you can just do QCF 1 plus 2. Claudius, you can say Claudius again, you can say weak character. I think, Joe, one thing I saw your streams when you were playing Claudio, you mainly used Claudio's up back 2 to get the Starburst. But up back 2 is actually useful when you actually have the Starburst.
Yeah, I still wasn't using it enough during Starburst. Now for sure, instead of down back 1+2, up back 2 is way more important now.
Yeah, because now when you have Starburst, so you're not going to use this anymore, right? Because you lose the Starburst, so you use this instead. Because you deal same damage. So how much damage it does? 25 and 22. It is 47, but with up back 2, it is 42.
Yeah, and you keep install.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you keep install. That's the main thing. You just keep it. So I think up back 2 is going to be, you can say, a good move. I think.
Thank God we have up back 2 then. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Now I appreciate this move.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like they knew down back 1+2 would get nerfed. That's why they added it.
Yeah. Maybe like they had it already planned. They were like, you know what, we're gonna nerf this move, right? So
it seems like they had it planned. I think because it seems like it's not a change of doing all this shit with the heat dash launchers that they came up with in a week or 2.
Exactly. I agree. They had all of it planned already.
I think they're dumb though for not doing this launch season 3. I think people wouldn't have been as pissed off.
Yeah, exactly.
This would have been a great season 3 on launch.
Yeah, exactly. They could have, you can say, gave us all of this a month ago, and
Yeah.
The game would have like totally different reputation. Okay, Devil Jin next. So Devil Jin got hit hard. People say like Devil Jin is weak. He's strong. The thing, like every single character in Taken was strong. Now you cannot say that every single character in Taken is strong and viable. You cannot make that statement because we got characters like Asuka, maybe Claudio. So look, now beforehand Devil Jin players would do this, do a combo and maybe do that move again. Now that is not possible. Devil Jin cannot do this sweep twice. Boom, hit is gone. Another major nerf is Devil Jin had, you can say, infinite range mix up. You see, so he could like mix you up from here with this thing. Now it consumes 600 frames. So Devil Jin cannot like spam this move 3 or 4 times in a row anymore. If he does that, now he does not have, you can say, all of the other buffs. And another nerf to Devil Jin was this. Look, all of these moves now consume 600 hits. So you can like choose to do only one of these moves. You can either go for Elsewhere.
It's kind of like Rage Drive, like Tekken 7 Rage Drive now.
Yeah, so
it seems like.
Yeah, exactly. You can say like you have like 10 Rage Drives, but you have to choose one.
Yeah.
So it is like more about, you can say, situational awareness, So either you can do this, or maybe you can do this. Maybe hit smash, maybe hit dash. Beforehand, it was, you can say, hit dash, hit smash, because you always had the opportunity to do like maybe 2 or 3 empowered attacks, maybe 2 empowered attacks, based on the move that you are doing and that character you are playing, into hit dash, into hit smash. Now that thing is gone, and now with that being said, players are actually going to, you will see like pro players, they'll use this move less often. You will not see maybe like this move happening that much, especially if you're playing someone like Devil Jin, because if you can get the heat engager, now you can actually do this move twice, you see. So
you think this like kills? You think this like not only just with Devil Jin, but you think this patch kind of kills the just like manually heat burst or just do heat burst to try to get heat and then like come back and stuff? Like it's really you really have to heat engage now.
Yeah, exactly, because heat burst is much weaker now as a move, right? So they did not directly nerf the heat burst. They're not like, heat burst is 26 frames now. Heat burst, you can say, is -5 now. They did not do that. They just changed the hit moves. I think this was, you can say, better approach. So you can still use this move defensively to get out of the pressure, right? To get, you can say, gain back the control of the neutral. But now, you cannot like pop the hit and snowball the game, or you cannot pop the hit and come back, make a comeback. That is much difficult to do. Because even if you, let's say, you pop the hit, right? You land one empowered attack or maybe hit smash, your opponent will survive. And you have to, you can say, win other interactions without heat. Dragnow's Wire Rising 1+2, this is a big nerf, but I don't think this is enough to kill the character. Because, there are some characters like Dragno, Brian, Nina. These characters are very versatile. Right?
I feel like he needed this way more in season 2 than now, probably, because everyone else got nerfed so much.
Yeah. So like against Dragno, it was impossible to finish him off with a low, right? Because he could just launch. Dragno was able to launch every low in the heat into like 60-70 damage, maybe like whole combo, with 80 damage into Oki. But now Dragno cannot do that. This is a massive nerf. I don't know how it is going to affect Dragno, but I think he should be fine. With the running to he has, right? Down to Hatchet. Wait, Hatchet, like this low is still very good. He got the throw game. He got tackle, so Dragno should be fine. But this is a big nerf. This is the nerf that puts Dragno on the second spot maybe, and Brian on the first spot. Brian is like top 1. AD got nerfed hard as well. So all of his heat moves.
I noticed that QCF move was really good. That move was really good.
Yeah, that move actually.
And 4-4 or 4-4 too, not full combo.
Yeah, 3+4. Yeah, that thing does not. You can say give you full combo. Very steady. So AD got like 3 big nerfs. First of all, like QCF4, that move does less damage. This move deals less damage. It used to be 45. It still does a lot of damage, but it used to be more than that, 45. This move is not a launcher anymore, because this move goes under high attacks. So if you try to jab AD, he launches you. You see? So now he gonna launch you. And another nerf he got is this thing. This move is not a hit dash launcher anymore. You see, this is like 13 frames. So no more 13 frame counter hit launcher. These nerfs are big and massive. These are big nerfs. It is definitely going to be, you can say, much.
Looking at this patch, I didn't realize how many characters had like these 13, 14 frame, just like full combo heat dash moves. That I feel like they would just always, like, these characters would just always throw when their back's against the wall just to randomly just come back.
Yes, exactly. Now that thing is not possible. Comebacks are difficult. Snowballing is you can say more difficult. And I think we don't have any launcher. Correct me if I am wrong. We don't have any launcher faster than 15 frames now.
Yeah, no, I noticed that too. That everything that was 15 frames or smaller, heat dash got fucked.
Right.
Because obviously back 4-2 didn't.
Right, and with this, I have a good news for you, Joe. With that being said, Claudio, like this change was, you can say, indirect buff to all of the -14 moves in the game, because you don't get launched anymore. Now you can throw -14 moves more freely without worrying about being launched when your opponent is in heat. So now this nerf does not matter as much as in previous patch, because now Jhin cannot launch you.
That's a good point too.
Right? Jhin cannot launch you. Who else? Anna cannot launch you, so you can like throw this move against Anna, right? Other characters. You still have to be careful, you can say, versus Brian, Lars. So 14 frame launcher is, you can say, exclusive only to Brian, Lars. Who else? Mishima's, right? But Mishima's need execution.
Yeah.
Easy mode
basically
launches.
how it should have been. How it fucking should have always been. Like, these characters have always had these, like, special 14 frames, but now they don't. No, even Paul's got removed, too.
Yeah, Paul's, exactly. Paul's forward too. But I think, like, Paul can still launch you with back 3, so...
Oh, back there, okay.
Paul still got the launcher, right? But Claude is down for 3-1, Victor's up 1-1. Any move in the game which is -14, is, you can say, much safer now compared to beforehand. Okay, Fakumaram back 3, does not launch. This is how
Wait, 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 1 second, 1 second. Do you know who Risky Luck is at all?
Yeah.
He said that he's playing Fortnite now and that he's never gonna play Claudio ever again, and that he's
Yeah.
actually dog shit. I'm not using him at all anymore.
Like if you feel like Claude is actually weak now, right? I admit he's weak now. He's actually a weak character now. So maybe like you can pick someone else because we got a lot of characters in the game. Because me as a player, why I know so many characters, because I have always changed main characters whenever there was a different game. In Tekken 7, I competed with Live Long, right? Later on, I started playing Geese and Fang in tournaments. Before that, in like Tag 2, I used to play Lars, Leo, right? Here now I'm playing Victor. Season 1 I played Drena. So maybe like switch character. I would say if you feel like your character is nerfed, you can switch character. But the thing is, like a lot of characters got nerfed. Lars is weaker now, Okay, so we're gonna move to the next character, and that is Fakumram. So Fakumram. Okay, this is actually a big nerf to Fakumram. This is a big nerf. Fakumram is also going to be weaker now because he can do like one guard break now. Only one guard break after the hit burst. That charged attack, he can do it only once into the stance. He cannot do that 2 times. Look at that. No, he can do it twice. He can do it twice. Never mind. He can do it twice. It is not 600 hit. I think I did not read it carefully. Wait. No, it says like heat consumption has been changed from 450 to 600. Okay, it is 600. Right? But you cannot see it in game. Because if it were 600, all of the heat would disappear. But he still has the heat available. I think you can say he's getting charged 400 points of heat still. No. Oh my god. Never mind. I did read it wrong. So it is like 600 on this thing. This low. Okay. That is good. Because this is a 30 damage low and very safe. It is not launch punishable. It is minus 12 or minus 13. Minus 12. Okay, so he can do it only once now. If Fakumram, you can say, goes for the heat engager. Sorry, heat burst. So he can do it only once now. This is like a massive nerf again. Because that low was the only option for Fakumram to deal damage in a safer way. Especially against characters like, you can say, Jin, AD, Kazuya, who can launch like minus 14. Okay. Fang, like back and put.
I didn't even know what move that was. Deceptive Step 2, I had no clue what that was.
This is back and palm attack.
Yeah.
So this is, you can say, like more of a defensive nerf, right? Fang's offense is going to be the same, but his defense is going to be weaker. But the thing is, like his defense again, the evasion is going to be weaker versus pokes only, not against slow attacks, because he can still launch attacks which recover slow with this move, right? So he still got this launcher. He just does not have that fast hit dash launcher. So this nerf is.
Surprised shoulder didn't get changed, but technically, I don't know. Sometimes with shoulder you can get full combos, right?
No, you cannot get. You can do this.
Okay.
It is a lot of damage.
Only on airborne shoulder,
Yes.
I think, right?
Yes. On airborne you get. You can like do the combo extender, but that applies to all of the hit dashes in the game. Fang Heihachi, Heihachi's Demon's Boy, it is not a launcher, and there is one change. This change is, you can select very matchup specific for Heihachi. It is very matchup specific because there were some matchups who could not launch Heihachi after while rising 4-4. For example, Kazuya. It was difficult for Kazuya to punish Heihachi here in heat because he would parry everything. Wait, let me show you. So the counterplay now is throw. So beforehand, he would do that, right? And he would avoid punish against some matchups. Definitely against Law, it doesn't matter against Claudio. Any character with hope kick, you can still launch Heihachi. But someone without hope kick, right? Or without fast knee or elbow attacks. For example, Kazuya, you struggle to punish this move. Now you can just throw and punish Heihachi. Because Heihachi cannot break throws. During this parry, Heihachi cannot break throws now. Okay, next change is Horang. Okay, the machine gun kicks, flappy kicks are gone. And Horang got nerfed hard as well. These are big.
Yeah,
nerfs.
I
You
noticed a
can
lot
remove.
of. I didn't see the flappy kicks. I didn't understand how people knew flappy kicks got nerfed, but the other stuff seemed like it was a big deal.
Now Horang, can do only one health sweep if he activates the heat with the heat burst. So look, he goes for that and then heat is gone. Now you cannot use flappy kicks anymore or anything you can see it's related. And flappy kicks don't launch now. You just get a free follow-up, right? And like this, mid-screen, half-screen, homing, mid-launcher, it is not a launcher anymore. This move does not launch with the hit dash. So big nerf, right? Flappy kick, that was a big nerf. This thing is big as well. Because Horang players are going to, think like a million times before using this move. Because now, after this, Horang cannot do hit smash or anything like that. Because hit is gone. Jack.
Basically, this patch is like when everyone kept saying we just want nerfs, that this is like the patch for that. Would you agree too that this is the best patch of Tekken 8?
Yeah, this is the best patch. Yeah, this is the best patch
Yeah.
of Tekken 8. This
I
is
agree.
the best.
Even though Claudio might be dead after this, I think I agree still. Like that's how good all the other changes were. That Claudio might be fucked, but I've seen so much good shit across the board that this is probably the best patch of the entire game. Easily.
Yeah. Jack got knocked super hard as well. Jack is, you can say, one of those characters as
Yeah,
well
his
that
combo
people
damage.
don't talk about.
I saw the scaling. The scaling was fucked. It looks like his scaling got fucked
Yeah, scaling
for
is
all of his
crazy.
combos.
Crazy scaling. Crazy scaling. He deals like 50% damage. So if your opponent is on the ground, so let's say, and he stomps, and then he does that deals like 50% damage. Wait. You see? Yeah, 50%. It does 50% damage. So that move only did like 13 damage. Right? And other nerves, there are like more nerves. There is more than that. This move is not a launcher anymore. Wait, it is a launcher? It is a launcher? Okay, heat consumption, never mind, heat consumption. So it consumes like 600, you see? So the heat is gone.
Yeah.
So Jack cannot like spam those guard breaks anymore. He does that and the heat is gone. This is a big nerf, scaling nerf. And here, if I remember correctly, yeah, you see 70% scaling on the follow-up. Beforehand, it used to be like 100% scaling. And wait, let me see what else. Gamma hole 1+2. Okay, so the heat dash launcher is in gamma hole. Look at this. So he got armor heat dash launcher. So this was, you can say, armor heat dash launcher. This is gone. It does not launch anymore. And this thing does not launch anymore. Because beforehand, Jack could do this and launch you. Now he cannot.
Yeah.
So after forward 3 counter, it does not get any launcher. So these are big, massive nerfs.
I feel like a lot of the stances that would full combo you if you guess wrong, they're basically all gone now too.
Yeah, they're all gone. Jin, 14 frame launcher is gone. I think like they gave Jin, you can say, big buff, and then they took it away. The new season 3 buff is gone for Jin. He has a stance,
Ready for the
like a rail wave dash where he, you can say, does electric that looks like Kuzuya or Heihachi. In that stance he can do uppercut move that is mid, and it used to be a launcher. That move is not a launcher anymore. So this one, that move is not a launcher anymore, because here Jin got this LCV which is minus 14. And Jin got like this electric. Now in this stance, Jin cannot launch you. So that launcher is gone. This is, you can say, big nerf to Jin. And I think, I feel bad for Jin players because they just could not enjoy this buff for long enough.
Oh yeah, that was a new move, right?
Yeah, this was, this move has been there, right? But, it you can say, got changed to a normal hit launcher when season 3 dropped. Okay, Jun. For Jun, the hit smash, not the hit smash, it used to be hit smash in season 1. In season 2 they changed it, you can say, from the hit smash to empowered attack. Hey Mike, thank you for the sub, thank you so much. This move, now this move consumes 600 hit, this low, and like this thing is not a launcher anymore. It is not a launcher anymore.
Yeah, that was fun. That move was fun.
Yeah, so this is not a launcher anymore. By the way, one thing, there is one tip that I want to give to all of the viewers. There is one tip that I want to give to everyone. There is a move of Jun. People don't know how to deal with this move, right? Whenever Jun is in 8. Because if you try to press anything, you get interrupted. I'm gonna pick Claudia.
Yeah, you can't even. I couldn't even frame trap that move.
Yeah, there is one little trick that I'm gonna teach you guys, and it is going to change everything about this move. It is going to be much easier for you guys to deal with this move, especially if you have characters who got knee attacks, so like Paul, Victor, Clive, even Asuka, Armor King, Falcomram, any knee attack, elbow attack, weapon attack works here. So what is, you can say, the trick here? What's the deal? So when Jun has it, this is a 12 frame move. This is a 12 frame move, but it parries kicks and punches. So if you do any kick or any punch attack, so let's say I'm gonna do jab, right? Let's say -3 here, Claudio does jab, boom, you get parried, right? So what Jun players do? Jun players spam, you can say something like, and look at this. First of all, this parry activates at, you can say, 5th frame. So let's say if Jun is, let me see, back to, yeah, let's say like back to into that is not possible, right? And while rising to, look, into this is not possible. So first of all, the parry activates at 5th frame. The second thing is, let's say Jun is -3 here, right? Can you interrupt this shield? Yes, you can interrupt this shield. What you have to do is you have to do any attack that is knee or elbow or a weapon attack. So look, downward one into this, look, back 3 interrupts that, you see? So this is a parry that loses to knees, elbows and weapon attacks, right? And if you are a character like Armor King or Victor or, Asuka, you can launch Jun here easily. This also loses to lows. So let's say if you're Asuka player and Jun player is spamming that, you can do cans and launch Jun there, because you get counter hit as well. So this is a parry. This is a parry attack that parries punches and kicks. So let's say You see, Jun gets launched there. So you don't have to be afraid of this move. It is not like you cannot press into this move. You can, but you have to choose the correct move. Make sure you don't press kick or punch attack. And then this move will work like a normal 12 frame attack. If you use anything other than kicks or punches, you can use lows, you can use throws. If you're playing Armor King or King, you can use throws. Okay, moving to the next character. Kazuya. Back 4 is not a launcher, the homing high attack and his backswing blow is not a launcher. And like there are some other nerfs that Kazuya got. Big nerfs. So the nerfs are Kazuya's empowered hell sweep now costs 600 hit frames. So you can do that only once. So let's say if you do the hit burst, you can do it once and then your hit is gone. So if you activate hit like that and then you do this, your hit is gone and then you don't regenerate hit, for a, you can say hit dash follow up or maybe like hit smash follow, because beforehand, this gave hit regeneration, right? And it allowed Kazuya to, you can say, go for another hell sweep, right? And Kazuya could just, you can say, keep spamming this. But now that thing is gone, this move does not regenerate the hit. And it costs, you can say, 600 hit instead of 300. So it is like the double cost. And one more thing, like it is -5 on hit, by the way. So Kazuya does not have Oki as strong as beforehand. Beforehand, frames were 0. Now it is -5. You see, if you look at the frames, it is -5. So you can like interrupt Kazuya here after waking up. So you are recovering 5 frames faster here than Kazuya. So worse Oki and more heat consumption. This is TD1, this got the same treatment, right? He does not have, you can say, good Oki there. And 112, you can say this was, you can say, behavior fix. Okay, King's muscle armor does not launch anymore. I think King is also up there. With the top characters.
Yeah. There's a lot of people complaining about King, saying, oh, King got away with murder still.
Yeah, King is up there. I think Armor King is going to be very powerful as well.
Oh yeah, Armor King too.
So, no hit dash launcher here. And you can select it is only 30 damage. So, again, it was a good nerf. It was a very good nerf. Bears. Okay. Now Bears hell sweep. Bears actually got the hell sweep. The Mishima hell sweep, right? Where Kuma got the hell sweep, like Kazuya, where he could, you can say, wall splat you. Now Bear hell sweep. The cost for the hell sweep is 600 frames. So it costs more. Look at this. Now if Bear uses that, the hit is gone. Because this thing did the wall splat, it still does. You see? So he was able to do that into another hell sweep, right? Imagine being able to do that twice. Now he can do it only once. It is still very good. But not as strong as beforehand. And one more nerf to Bears is this. This move does not launch anymore. This is a big nerf. Because if you try to step, you can say Bears would do this move and launch you. This move doesn't launch anymore. If you do hit dash. And another nerf that Panda got, that is Panda only nerf. By the way, Panda also, you can say, consumes 600 hit if Panda goes for the hell sweep. Because Panda got the hell sweep as well. But not the wall splat version, floor break version. This thing. So floor break version. It consumes 600. Okay. Another nerf for Bears was this throw. This throw now consumes 600 hit. And this nerf is good. It makes sense. This throw was very strong because
yeah, that was really dumb.
Right, whenever Bears, you can just stuck at the wall bomb. They would do this, right?
That's a 1+2, right?
No, you cannot break this.
Oh.
You cannot break this. You cannot break this, and it is unreactable. It is 15 frames. The throw is 15 frames fast, and you cannot break the throw. So that thing is gone, and you cannot, by the way, block the follow-up after the throw as well. Okay, Lars. Lars got again big massive nerfs. You know, they keep nerfing Lars. So limited entry 2, limited entry 1. You know, so like they literally destroyed this stance. I don't know what they did.
Get ready for the next battle.
Did they apply scaling on it, or was it always there? It was, Mike, it was always there. The scaling was always there. So for the Lars, nerf is, you know, like when they dropped the season 3, they nerfed this stance, right? They nerfed this move, and they nerfed this move. But Lars still had this move and this move. Now they nerfed these two as well. This one now posts 608. Look at that, hit is gone. If Lars activates the hit, you know, he goes to that stance, he uses this, boom, hit is gone. And second thing is, this move does not launch anymore. This move used to be normally launcher, that move does not launch anymore. So these two were, you can say, massive nerfs. Yeah, there's another nerf, by the way. This stomp, because Lars could use this stomp maybe like 3 times after using the hit burst.
Yeah.
But now he can do it only once. So either Lars player has to choose now. If they do this move, now they don't have access to this thing anymore, right? If they do limited entry 1, this thing, now they don't have access to the stomp anymore. Okay, wait, they can do it, they can still do it. But the thing is, you know, I recovered some hit there. If I do it like that, now Lars won't have enough hit, you know, to do the stomp, you see? So, you know, big nerf. You know, these are big nerfs. These are big nerfs. I think Lars is up there as well. When it comes to, you can say, most nerfed characters. Lars, I think, is up there. We can say, you know, for Jun, she still has a lot of stuff. Jun is still good. You know, Asuka got nerfed. Ram. Okay, the final page. Law also got nerfed super hard. You know, he 1+2, his nunchucks don't launch anymore. 111, 10 frame launcher is gone. 14 frame launcher back. 122 is gone. When he dash, parry consumes 240 hit instead of recovering it. And you know, you can throw La. By the way, you can throw him when he's in DSS, and Law cannot break the throw when Law is in DSS. So that is actually the counterplay now.
Get ready for the next battle.
When Law goes to DSS, you can throw him. You know, Law can like play around that. So let's say, if he goes to the stance and you throw Law, you know, he cannot break it. But Law can do this. He can crouch in DSS. You see? And he can still launch you. But the thing is, like, you know, he just cannot go to DSS. Okay, Lee. Okay, you know, Lee got, you can say, some important nerfs as well. Lee is still viable, he is still very strong. But you know, he's definitely, you know, like not as strong as before and nowhere as strong. Because Downford 3+4 doesn't give him free follow-up anymore.
Oh, that's what it used to do. It used to give you, because I was confused when they said on behavior on hit. I was like, what did that shit do on hit? Because it didn't launch, obviously. It was
Yeah, it did not launch. It gave him free follow-up, and with the execution, you could get up to like 75 damage with the execution. You could get up to 75 damage.
You do 75 damage. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, Blazing Kick?
No. Like, he could do that, right? Into Hitman, into this, into a pack 3. But it needed crazy execution. With the execution, it was possible to do 75, but now, it is like only 30. And the thing is like base damage went down. Base damage for this move was like 35, it is 30 now. So base damage is low. So even as a mid poke, it is weaker now. And another nerf, down forward 323, 14 frame, doesn't launch anymore, but he still does good damage, 63. Hitman 111, this move does not launch anymore on hit dash. So these are the 3 nerfs, and these are very important ones, especially down forward 3+4. That thing. Leo, this is 14 frame launcher, back to 1+2. It does not launch on hit dash anymore. And the lows of Leo consume all of the hit now, right? 600. If you do hit burst, you lose all of the hit. If you use one of the empowered lows. So Leo got like 2 empowered lows. One is in stance, one is in neutral. So in neutral, Leo has this. If you use this, you lose all of the hit. And or if you use, you can say this.
Oh yeah, that new fucking move, yeah.
You see, if you use this, Leo loses all of the hit. So now, like where you lose all of the heat, these are, you can say, big nerfs, because you have to think now, right? Do you actually want to use these moves or no? Because if you use these, your heat is gone. Now you cannot do heat dash or maybe like heat smash or anything like that. Leroy, these are actually big nerfs for Leroy. These are big nerfs because down back 1+2 parry.
For the next battle.
Leroy got a parry that was a heat engager and it was a hit dash launcher. Leroy got a parry, but
Yeah,
now
I didn't understand the Leroy inputs because I obviously never played Leroy, so I had no clue what any of his shit was.
so his parry does not launch on hit dash anymore. He had a launcher parry.
A punch parry, right?
Everything parry.
Or everything parry.
This thing.
Oh yeah, that, yeah.
It is not a launcher
Yeah.
anymore. And another thing is this move. This move was a hit dash launcher. And why it is important? Because this is first of all hit confirmable. It is extremely easy to hit confirm. So Leroy players, you can say, could get free, you can say, hit dash launcher here. And it was guaranteed. It is guaranteed after many follow-ups. So look, many moves. So look, if you land this, he could transition that into that move, right? Leroy could go to, you can say, that move from down back 3 counter it. And he would launch you, from this counter.
Yeah.
But he cannot.
I've
do that.
unlaunched like so many times. Like this launcher, I feel like I see this launcher from Leroy at least like 5 times a game when I would fight him because he
Yeah.
has so many ways to get it off.
Yeah, but now that launcher is gone. So this is a big nerf. This is a big nerf because Leroy is one of those characters who got that spike combo at the wall and he deals like big damage. So now that thing is gone. And it is not like this move was only good as, you can say, counter hit follow-up attack. This was very good in neutral as well. After this, Leroy players would poke you down because this is mid -2 only. -2 mid. This move is a -2 mid. So, big nerf. And the parry launcher nerf is gone as well on hit dash. Lydia, they did not do anything. Lydia just, you can say, got rid of that homing high hit dash launcher.
Get ready.
It affects one counter hit that she has because she could just do that move after down forward to counter it, but now she cannot do that. She just gets the free follow-up. It is a nerf, but you can say it is not enough. So this move is not a launcher anymore on hit dash. So Lydia could launch you like that, with a down forward to counter it into this. But now that is like 44 damage only, and Lydia had, you can say, like big combo damage. So it is a big nerf, but not enough. Lily.
Yeah.
Did you know
I thought that Lydia move was gonna be the one jumping move. The one jumping move she does from I forgot what stance it was, but that she could do like if you dig jab.
she got like 2 jumping moves. So this is one, and this is the
That
second
one, yeah. I thought that, or no, the second one. Sorry, the second one. I thought that was what got nerfed. I was like, oh, that's a big deal.
Yeah, no, this did not get nerfed. They did not nerf this move. They actually
Is that
nerfed
full
this
combos,
one.
right?
Yeah, this is, in heat, yes. No, not in heat. This move is a full combo. QCF4. This move is a full combo in heat.
Oh, okay.
This one.
So that's still there. That's still there, right?
Yeah, that's still there. QCF4 into Horse 2 into Hit Dash Launcher. That is still there.
That's fucked. That's fucked.
Yeah. Lily is still very good. So I think like top 10 is like easily defined now. Lily is, like what Lily was doing. Lily actually,
You think Lily is actually out of the top 10 now?
not actually. Maybe yes. We'll see. We'll make a
But
tier
she's
list
not
after
top
this.
5. You don't think she's top 5, though? Or make tier list, okay.
Yeah, we'll make the tier list. So because they did not nerf the hit consumption on this thing. You see? Wait, they did nerf. Wait.
Yeah, Feisty Rabbit, yeah.
It says 4. It does not say 3. Look. It says 4.
Yeah. What is 4? What is Feisty Rabbit for?
4 is, you can say, that jumping spinning kick that is like plus 8 plus 7 on block. I thought like this one, Ju. This is 4.
Oh.
Okay. I didn't
That looks
actually
like the
check.
same. So they messed it up then, right?
They messed it up, right? They gave the Lily players some hope. But no. Okay. This is getting now. Okay. Yes, Lily might be no top 10. Because I was like, okay, you know what? Low is still there, right? It is the mid that you can say, consumes more hit. I was like, okay, you know what? It is not that of a big deal, right? But because, they actually nerfed the low. So Lily can do
Yeah.
it once now. So Lily cannot do it like this.
That's good.
Maybe she can
That's
do it
good.
twice. Maybe twice, because if Lily does the double spin, she recovers some hit, right? No, she does not have enough time. If you like stay on the ground, right, or if you play some mind game, Lily cannot do this anymore. This is just once per round only. If she activates, you can see it through the heat burst. This is why all of the characters who consume like 600 heat on their key moves, now those characters actually want heat engager, so that they can do these things twice actually. Right? And let me actually show you
Yeah.
something. These things actually consumed 300 heat. If you look at these 600 moves, some of these consumed 300 and some of these actually consumed 200 heat instead of 300. So there are a few moves who consumed 200 heat, now they consume 600. So there are moves like that. And look, 3 plus 4 and QCF 2-1 don't launch anymore. So Lily cannot launch you anymore with this.
Oh my god, bro. I forgot about that move too.
Alright.
I saw 3 plus 4, but that move.
Right?
Oh my lord. Bro.
Now you might be thinking, but
Oh.
Lily can still do spin too. She can spin, press 2 and launch you, right? But the problem here for Lily is you can step this move now. You can step this. Right. You could not step this because this was homing. So you had to like take the mixer. Because low is homing as well. Mid was homing, so you had to take the mixer. But now if Lily goes for the homing move, she does not get the launcher. And if Lily goes for the linear move, she gets the launcher, but then you can step.
And it's not hard to step, even though she does like a side step, pretty much, right? Like it's not gonna realign.
No, it is
Or
not
do you
going
have to
realign.
step with the side step? Okay.
No, you can step with the side step, but I think it is easier to react because she's just not throwing off a move. You can say from neutral. She spins, right?
Yeah.
You get the clue. Move is coming, so maybe you can step now. So you get.
And the
time
worst
to
that
react.
happens, you just eat the low if you step.
Yeah, you can step low parry. But
Okay.
let me see. Is side step low parry possible? Let me check.
Get ready for the next
We can test it now. Game is like undergoing maintenance, so loading times are large. Wait, let me pick a average size step character, Kazuya.
Get ready for the next
So I'm gonna like test it now and see if I can sidestep, low parry, and option select both options. The thing is, like, if you go for sidestep, low parry, she can go for the new the move that got nerfed, but it does not launch you anymore. She still has a strong mix-up in that scenario. So this is the first scenario. This is the second scenario, and another move she can do is that. And let me activate heat. Okay. You have to like step after she spins. Wait, side right did not work because the thing is like, I did not sidestep, never step this situation because okay, step left. Okay, what I'm gonna do is sidestep left duck. The moment you see her spin, you do sidestep left duck.
Okay.
The moment you see her
That
spin,
beats both.
yeah. So you beat the low. I'm not doing side walk. Wait, I did it earlier. You have to do a delayed sidestep after the spin, not after the move. So you beat that mid. Yeah, sidestep duck. Sidestep low parry, best option. Just do sidestep low parry so that you can get a mini combo if she goes for the low, you see? So sidestep low parry now beats this. So counterplay is there. But you have to do the delayed sidestep. If you sidestep like here, you see, she realigns with the spin. So
Wait, sorry, it's lagging a little bit. Alright, it's good now.
So you have to like step after the spin. It is possible. So the moment you see her spinning, you can sidestep. Miyarizu. Up 3-2, this is like tail attack into whatever she shoots at you. So up 3-2, it is not a launcher anymore. And what else? Yeah, the empowered low deals, you can say the cost is 600 for the heat. And more 1-2 does not launch on heat dash. Like these are big nerfs again. So this thing, now if you do this, 600 points of heat are gone. Up 3-2 does not launch. This move does not launch anymore. Because this used to be like a 44 damage launcher, into big combo. The damage from the launcher only was 44. And the third nerf is, this is not a hit dash launcher. That is not a hit dash launcher. Nina, all of the bullet attacks for Nina, you can see deal less damage. That's the thing. Everywhere where Nina, you can say, can follow with a bullet attack, she's dealing less damage, and she does not get wall splat from, you can say, 10 miles away. So wall splat distance is shorter now, and less damage. I think it is like 10 less damage.
Also, you saw it says Claudio's DP on normal hit. That means on counter hit, DP still launches, right?
Yeah, it is still a launcher. So, you're going to use DP if your opponent is like spamming jabs.
Yeah.
So, like from here, I think she cannot wall splat anymore from like this range. You see, beforehand she could. And she did like 10 less damage. But she still can like wall splat from this range, which is crazy. It is still crazy. That she can wall splat from that range. But like it is worse than before, right? It is, you can say major nerf, but it matters, especially the damage. Okay, Paul, forward 2 is not a launcher and forward 4 is not a launcher. So So Pole does not have a 13 frame heat dash launcher anymore. And Pole does not have a homing mid heat dash launcher anymore. Because Pole has a homing mid, which is -5 on block, I think. If I remember correctly. -5, -6, something like that. It is not -9. That move does not launch anymore on heat dash. So this move. Yeah, -5. This move does not launch anymore. And this move got a lot of range. It does not feel like this move has a lot of range, but it has a lot of range. So this move is not a heat dash launcher anymore. So those are the two.
Also,
moves.
weren't like all of his combos basically like full combos? His heat engagers. I feel like he's had like 4 of them that were all full combo, except Death Fist, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't Death Fist?
No, Death
like a
Fist is
ground-
not a, yeah. No, Death Fist is a launcher. Death Fist is a launcher.
Oh yeah, you could pick up. You could pick up, I think. Yeah. Never mind, I'm retarded.
Kisibek 2 is a launcher. This used to be a launcher, and this used to be a launcher. What is the 5th one? Forward 2, yeah, everything was launcher. For Pole, everything was launcher. Yes, you are right. Everything was launcher, but now 2 are not launchers. And the thing is, like, still got like mid launcher, and you can say a high launcher. So still has, you can say, a mid launcher, which is Death Fist, Kisibek 2. So Pole should be fine. But the thing is, like, the launcher ones can be stepped now. You can sidestep. He does not have the homing launcher. Raven lost 1+2, Y Rising 3+4. Y Rising 3+4 is homing mid. It is not a hit dash launcher 1+2. This move, it looks like Clive's attack. Clive's 1+2, but 14 frames. Like, everyone talks about Clive's 1+2, but no one talks about Raven's 1+2. Because Raven's 1+2 is like same thing, but not anymore. Not anymore. Raven's 1+2 was actually better, but not anymore. Because it was a hit dash launcher, now it is not. So Raven lost this hit dash launcher. And this is not a hit dash launcher anymore. This is homing attack. And 16 frames.
That move was safe, right?
No, it is not safe.
That move was safe. Oh, it's -12.
-12. Right, it got like 3 active frames. Like sometimes it can be -12, just -11. You see, like here.
Wait, but what about the 14 frame one? What about the 14 frame?
That is safe. That is safe. Clive's
That's safe,
also
okay.
got safe
Yeah.
1+2. He got safe 1+2. And this was a launcher. So Raven lost both of the hit dash launchers. So now he cannot do that homing hit dash launcher. Because he could do that, look. You see, he could just do wave dash. His own wave dash into this thing. Which was homing, you can say, mid hit dash launcher. So that thing is good.
There's actually a lot of nerfs on here that I actually never really heard that many people complain about, like you said with what was it, 1+2?
Yeah, this
That
was
I'm actually surprised they fucking well, I guess it's because they weren't nerfing specific characters. It's like you said earlier, anything that was 15 frames or lower, that's a heat engager full combo, they just removed.
Yeah.
Across the board.
Yeah, nerfs are same. Nerfs are same, right? You can see. So for example, look at this. By the way, look at this. His shadow clones now consume like 600 radius. He used to consume like 240. Now it is 600 for the Raven on the shadow clones. Not all of them, but the launcher shadow clone. So Raven had this launcher shadow clone. You see, that launcher shadow clone consumes now 600 instead of 240. Imagine like how broken 240 was. Right, he still regains the hit, but if you block it, you can see hit is gone. You know, these were strong things. You know, like Namco realizes, you know, they know what they are doing, they know everything, but I think they were not ready to, you can say, throw these nerfs in. But you know, now they were ready. Reyna down 3+4. You know, this is the low that Reyna does when she's in stance, and it consumes 600 heat. And she got the same Hiachi treatment where you know, you can throw Reyna if she goes to the stance to do the parry. You can throw Reyna.
That's basically what it was, the low before in season 1, right?
Yes,
And
yeah,
then in season 2 they made it so you could do it like a million times.
yes. Yeah, in season 1, you know, it used to be, you can see hit smash. Now it is not hit smash. But she can do it twice if she gets the hit engager. And I think for Reyna, it is easy to get hit engagers. I think now, characters where it is easy to get hit engagers, those characters are going to be, you can say, stronger than others. Because for Reyna, you know, she can just get hit engager like that. You know, it's very easy. So I think Reyna players, you can say, are going to be able to spam this thing twice. But you know, it is like only 2 times now, right? Instead of like 3 or 4 times. It is going to be once, you can say, after the hit burst. And it's 2 times, you know, if Reyna goes for, you can say, the hit engager. So that was the nerf. Victor, Victor's nerf, you know, it is not that big, but it is matter, right? You know, even though nerfs are not big, but you can say nerfs are, you can say, relevant. You know, for example, for Nina, right? Nerf was not that big, but it matters. For Victor, you know, he does not get a launcher after, you can say, the knee that he does in the stance.
You say you skipped Steve?
I skipped. See. Yeah, I skipped. Wait. After Victor will go to Steve.
Okay.
This move is not a launcher. This move is not a hit dash launcher. And you know, this move, you can say, was a hit dash launcher on parry, right? So let's say, you know, Victor could do this and launch you. You know, now Victor cannot launch you after
Oh,
the parry, right?
I
So-
didn't think about it like that. I just thought about it being a mix, being just like a mix from the stance.
Yeah, you know, and from the
I forgot about getting it guaranteed.
yeah, so after the parry, and you know, now this mix is weaker because now you can just duck, right? Because you cannot launch you with the mid anymore. So you can just, you can say, like, block the hit smash without worrying about being launched.
It feels like all these nerfs that if you like did any of these changes to any character in season 2, they would all be like, they'd say they're dead and stuff.
Yeah.
Even though the Victor change doesn't feel that bad, I feel like the Victor players would be crying really hard if this change happened in season
like
2 or
this is-
3.
Yeah, in season 1, I think like the weakest version of Victor was like late season 1, not the early season 1. Early
Yeah,
season one
after the
was
running
broken.
2 nerf.
Yeah, running 2 nerf, you know, when they reworked him, when they, you can
Oh,
say,
the power crush stuff
Yeah,
too, where
yeah,
you couldn't
pow-
power crush full combo.
yeah, power crusher up 1+2, you know, the teleport thingy, explosion.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, Victor is fine. Victor is like top 5. Victor is still very good. Steve. Okay, now Lionheart. During Lionheart, you can parry Steve. So, and Steve down back 1+2, you know, this was a behavior fix. So the main thing is now you can parry Steve when he's, you can say, in this stance. So now you can parry Steve. Right? You might wondering like how this affects, because some players actually, you can say, delayed the stance timing, right? So what Steve players would do, good ones, they would do this, right? And they would sit in the stance, right? And then delay the attack. Now if Steve player tries to sit in this stance, you know, you can parry, because you know Steve cannot break the throw. Right? You might wondering like, cannot you launch? You cannot launch if Steve is in hit, right? If Steve does that and you try to launch, if he's in this stance, you know, he can parry you in return. So that is why, you know, interrupting was not always possible. It was possible in some situations, but not always. So look, let's say we try to press here. Boom. You see, he would do that if you try to interrupt. But now, easy interrupt is just throw. If you do the throw, Steve cannot break the throw now. It doesn't matter if he's in heat or no. Boom. So, you can counter these stances where your opponent can parry in heat, with the throw. So, I think like this is the system-wide change, right? Low got this treatment, Steve got this treatment, Hiachi and Reina. These characters were able to parry during the stances. Because normally they cannot block in the stance. But during heat, they would like parry your attack. But now you can throw. Shayu, Hypnotist 3, okay. This is like a big nerf. To Shayu as
That's
well.
the low that you could like counter it, or you could launch with, right? If you held it.
Yes. That's the low, yeah. The low launcher, it consumes 608, number one. Number two, it is not a, you can see, normal launcher. It is now a tornado launcher. So,
Yeah, eating this mix was annoying as fuck. I hated eating this mix.
now even if you eat it, you just have to take it once. She cannot like do it 2 or 3 times anymore. The moment you get hit by it or block it, the hit is gone. If Shayu activates the hit like that, you see? It is still a launcher, but it is a tornado launcher. The difference is that now Shayu cannot do this, into like tornado, into wall carry, So it affects the wall carry and it affects the combo damage. So less combo damage, less wall carry on the launcher, and more hit consumption on the move. So it is only possible to do like once around. Most of the time, maybe like maximum 2 times around. That's it. Yoshi, like back 2 to 14 film launcher is gone on hit dash, and he had a move. I still think like 240 is little value because let me show you the move actually. Yoshi has a +2-1 block mid launcher. Yoshi had a +2-1 block mid launcher. It is slow, it is reactable, but I think the hit value, it could be like more, but that is fine. It is reactable. This move. This is -2, right? But when you are in heat, wait, it doesn't launch anymore. Okay, never mind. They changed this move in season 3. Okay, this is fine. So this is a move.
Hey, really? I thought that they didn't change that just now, because I thought that launched in season 3. I guess not.
We got like season 3 maybe like a month ago, right? So
Yeah, maybe.
this has been a launcher, the entire season 1 and season 2. Because in season 3 I did not fight Yoshi a lot, so I think they changed it in the season 3. From it, you can say like, it being a launcher to it not being a launcher, and now it consumes more hit. Okay, so Yoshimitsu. Zafina. Zafina did not get nerfed hard enough, but that is fine. Scarecrow 2-1. I don't think this nerf is relevant because she can anyways launch you without heat in the stance. So this is the nerf. Stance 2-1. So this move, then out this move. This is not a hit dash launcher anymore. Only matters like when Zafina lands, you can say something like this. You see? Where the move, you can say, landed as a granted follow-up. I think that's the reason. And by the way, this is a normal hit. This is a normal hit. Because the Fina can just launch you with this move anyways.
Oh.
Right, she can just launch you with this in neutral anyways, so I think You should like Srina does crazy damage. You can see. You know they could have maybe like nerfed this parry, maybe nerf this
Yeah.
armor, because this is like a safe and block armor move. Mid, 35 damage. You know, maybe like nerf the damage here, but that is fine. That is fine. These are all of the nerfs. These are all of them. So, who are the characters that got hit the hardest? So I would say Asuka. Asuka is one of those. Claudio 2, Devilgen 3.
Also, someone said Molgold is crying about Claudio. He's never gonna play him again either.
Yeah, Molgold is not going to play, I think. I'm pretty sure he's going to, I think, like play Fang or someone else.
Yeah. He was already not really playing him that much season 3, but yeah, I think this is probably the end.
Yeah,
for him.
if you're a competitive player, I think Claudio is not a good pick now. For tournament players, he's not a good pick. You know, Asuka as well. So you won't see like players playing Asuka or Claudio in tournaments. You know, like Devilgen. You know, Devilgen was fine. He was strong, but I think he was fine. But they
Wait,
just...
you said Devilgen is third most nerfed?
No. I'm just counting, right? So wait.
Okay.
So let's count here. So like Devilgen, Claudio, Asuka. Who else? AD? Yeah, AD is there. AD is there. Horang,
Horang,
yeah. We
yeah.
have to count Horang and Jack as well. Because we are counting nerfs that matter. Horang and Jack. Jun, I don't think like for Jun like these nerfs matter. Jin, you know Jin is fine, right? But maybe for
Yeah, I don't
now,
really see that. I don't see that launcher that much. The 3-2.
right? So maybe like we can put Azucena, Jin, and like Kazuya here. King, no, it does not matter to be honest.
Yeah.
It is a good nerf, but no, he still got too many things. Bears, it is relevant. Lars, yeah, Lars.
There was somebody saying that that King got down for 2 nerfs last patch, that he's fine or whatever.
You know, Dawn Forward 2, you know, the thing is like Dawn Forward 2 is steppable, right? And the main issue is not that it was used as a frame trap, because as a frame trap, it is easier to sidestep now. But the main thing was, you can say the move being used in neutral. And in neutral, you know, it is difficult to step the move. If your opponent like keeps changing the timing, you know, it definitely depends
delaying
on,
the timing.
if your opponent, it definitely depends on who you are playing against. But I would say you can set the high level. Down for 2 nerf does not matter that much. Maybe at lower levels it matters, you know, where people just, you can set rely on down for 2 frame trap, you know, instead of doing it in neutral. Lee, low should be up there. I think Lee should be, maybe Lee here.
Yeah, I think Fighting GM2 also made a video or something that Lee is dead too, or that it's over for Lee.
Yeah.
a lot of people think it's over.
Leo, Leroy, you know, everyone got like good nerfs. I think like we can put every character here on top. There are few characters who got like irrelevant nerfs, like Victor. It is relevant, right? Nina, it is relevant,
Yeah.
but not that much. You know, nowhere as much as these characters. So Victor, Nina, Kazuya buff. Maybe like, you know, we can put Kazuya like up there. Jin, Azucena. You know, maybe...
What do you think about Kunimitsu coming back in season 3? Because before this patch, I thought she was gonna be completely broken, utterly broken. But now this patch gives me like some hope that maybe she won't be that fucking broken.
Yeah, we have hope now. We have hope. You know, like before that, I was thinking she's gonna be like Victor on steroids.
Yeah. I thought the kunai, you know her kunai in Tekken 7? I thought
Yeah.
it was gonna be a launcher half screen.
Maybe hit engager as well.
Yeah, he engaged her launcher from half screen.
You know, we can hope that Kunimitsu is going to be balanced now. Because
Yeah.
what they did in this patch to these characters, you know, Kunimitsu is balanced. We'll see, we'll see. Steve, you know, does not matter. Reina, you know, it matters, but not that much. Because you don't see like Reina players actually relying on this
Yeah,
move to kill
you don't
someone.
really see that. Yeah, I agree.
You know, Raven should be up here because he got his, you can say, like safe mid launcher Shadow Clone version nerfed to 600 hit from 240. Because you know there are some characters who got their hit, you can say timer. For example, look at this Miarizu nerf from 450 to 600, right? You know, does not matter that much. But if we go back and look at Raven, for Raven it went from 240 to 600. You know, so it like hurts more. Shayu, you know, it is like not that relevant. Yoshi's version is not that relevant. You know, Zafina's is not that relevant. So I would say like these are, you know, we can put poll here as well. Maybe like, you know, these are, you can say, are the big losers, right? Who is the biggest loser? I would say like Asuka on top, Claudio as well, Asuka, Claudio, Davalgen. I think these are like top three, not in order, but you know, Horan can still play the game. Horan can still play the game. Eddie can still play the game. You know, Yana is there as well. So I think like it is mainly Lars as well. So you can see the biggest losers are Asuka, Claudio.
Also, it's funny that Shaheen is like nowhere to be found.
Jashin is not there.
He might be like top 5, top 10 now. You think?
Maybe yes, but I have to think about the tier list because like everything is upside down now, right? You know, my brain is
Yeah.
still not able to, you can say, process the information and then convert it to tier list, you know, because I have like literally zero experience playing in this patch. So
Yeah.
Asuka, Claudio,
And it's like the
Davalgen-
biggest shakeup. This is the biggest shakeup since season 2 for sure.
Yeah. Asuka, Claudio, Devilgen. You know, AD can still play after these nerfs. Soran can still play the game. Jack, I think, can still play the game because he keeps the, you can see the install, right? He keeps, you can see the launcher, mid launcher with the install. He keeps that. It is just more heat consumption. Lars, yeah, Lars is there. And Low as well. We're gonna put Lee here as well. And no Raven. I think Raven can still play the game. After these nerfs, he can play the game. You know, these characters, for these characters, it's going to be difficult to play the game. After
Wait,
these-
wait. You think Law is now all the way bottom 5, bottom 10?
You know, like Nunchuck does not launch anymore, right? So you have to play more of, you can say, like a poking style. Because look,
Huh.
let me show you something. Nunchuck nerf, because like some of these nerfs are, you can say, not the nerfs on the surface, right? We have to look at, you can say, different situations. For example, for Law, it is not like he's going to not launch you after what it is called. You know, after 1+2 normally, right? There are many indirect nerfs to Law as well due to that nunchuck. I'm gonna explain a few of them. It changes the entire game plan because the thing is like nunchuck, he can do that when he's in stance, right? So that thing alone changes a lot. So if Law got fire rising 3 on counter it, he would launch you. Now he does not. So it is not only that he loses the nerf here. So Sorry, he loses the launcher here, but he loses this counter launcher as well, right? Not only that, he loses if someone is, you can say, doing sidestep right duck against low. If someone is doing this against low, beforehand low would do this and get a launcher. Now he cannot. Now you can just counter DSS easily. You don't have to worry about being launched if you sidestep low now here. You know, so it's like,
Oh, it started lagging really quick. Sorry. Alright, it's good now.
okay. So I was saying, like, it makes his DSS pressure weaker, right? It makes his, you can say, counter it into, you can say, granted nunchuck launcher. That thing is gone. Nunchuck in neutral is gone. So his pressure is weaker now in DSS. Now you can just go for the sidestep right duck more often. So let's say if you do this now. And I don't know if I did it at correct timing. Okay, I did not do it at correct time. So you see, you don't get launched here. You see, you beat that option. You beat that, you see, and you don't get launched here. That's the thing. So this one nerf, you can say, affects him a lot. And the thing is, like, we have to also consider he does not have like that thing. Low is going to be the top 15. He's not going to go to the bottom, right? He's still going to be a solid character. But you can say, like, these characters are the biggest losers of the patch. You know, Lee can play, but you know it is going to be difficult, right? Because down for 14 frame counter hit launcher is gone. If you mash during Hitman now, right, he could counter, you can say, launch you with the Hitman 111 hit dash. Now he cannot do that. It's down for 3+4, you know, with the execution. So skilled Lee players actually got hurt on down for 3+4 nerf. Okay, let's go to, like, tier maker. Okay, so this is the tier list I made like few months ago. This is from season 2. This is from season 2. You know, maybe like we can make the entire thing again, or yeah, we can make the entire thing again. So S tiers. You know, I'm just gonna, like, put Brian. Where is Brian? Yeah, Dragnov.
Oh yeah, Brian, yeah.
Dragnov is here. Where is Brian? Brian is there. Victor is there.
And you said Brian undoubtedly top 1.
Yes.
Undoubtedly, right?
Yes. Brian top 1. Easy. Alyssa. Alyssa's up there. Who else is up there?
Oh, so you think that up back 2, they're up, or is it up 4-2? That's not as big of a deal.
Yeah.
To get her out of, like, top. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's just one nerf, right? If Alyssa got a few more nerfs, you know, it would make sense. But that nerf
she can still do, like, the Hello World, like, chainsaw throw, like, running at you with chainsaw move.
Yeah, she could do that. Victor should go down. You know, this is not arranged, right? I'm just randomly putting characters in S tier. So is Jack really S tier now? No, Jack is not S tier.
What about Nina? Do you think Nina is still S tier or no?
Yeah, Nina is S tier. Yes, Nina is S tier. Where is Nina?
And you think Lily's out of the top 10 because of the feisty rabbit change?
Yeah, Lily's A+. You know, so we're gonna do it like that.
Also, what about Heihachi too? I feel like Heihachi probably would have been
she's
S tier if he didn't get Oh, he is S tier still. Okay.
He's still very
So
good,
that's
right?
not
You know,
enough.
he
That's
has
not
the
enough.
warrior
Then.
instinct, right? You know, warrior instinct Hellsweep does not stagger, right?
Yeah.
Wait, does it stagger or no? It does not. It
Warriors
still does
Instinct
not.
also? No, I don't think so.
It does not, right? I think they changed something with the Hellsweep in season 3, but I forgot. I have not fought Heihachi. We don't have a lot of Heihachi players here. So like A is average, A plus above average, B below average, F, you know, like trash characters, and S tier you can say broken tier. So this is how we're gonna do that.
Also, Clive and Shaheen probably seem like they're either S or A plus, if I had to guess.
Shaheen, you can say like lower A plus Clive. You know, maybe like Clive goes to S now because a lot of characters moved
Yeah.
down.
I feel like there was nothing. There was zero with Clive.
Yeah, no, no, so Clive. These characters are untouched. Clive is still very, very good, and the biggest proof is like Chikurin is still playing Clive. You know, Chikurin. Okay, Lily. Lily, I think with that nerf, the thing is like, you know, she got buffs as well, right? So we can maybe like lower as just outside of top 10, maybe lower S tier or upper high A plus. Because we, yeah, Lily got nerfed, right? But we cannot ignore the buffs that she got.
Yeah.
And the thing is like, she got nerfed in heat, right? But she got buffed in neutral. You know, the tools that she can use again and again as many times. You know, she still has the side step. She still got like many other things, you know, back turn down 4, back turn hit smash. Okay. So Lars, where is Lars now? I think Lars is like low A plus tier. Paul goes here. Low. Where is low? Is he yes? I think no, he's not S tier character anymore. Maybe like here. Yeah, low is better than Shine, I think. Better than Clive? No. Better than Lars?
He's gonna drop.
What did you say?
You think Lars is still up there?
Okay, Lars is good. Maybe, you know, like lower lower A plus tier. You know, he's not
Okay.
average character, right? Asuka.
Oh, what about Ling too? You don't think Ling is A plus, almost S?
Link is A plus. Maybe not S anymore, right? You know, she got nerfed.
Okay.
That one nerf, right? You know, not S, I think, not S. Maybe like A plus. Bears, I would say like Bears are like lower A plus now.
Also, Fang too. Yeah, Lee probably.
Fang.
I know, but Fang also seems like he's probably up too, because
Yeah,
I
he
don't
is
think
up
that
there.
he dash changes and that is that big of a deal for him.
Is Fang better than Lily? Yes, Fang is definitely better than Lily. Here, you know, he's up there with these. Yeah, Fang is going definitely up there. Fang is up there with these
Yeah.
characters. Armor King should be like here
Probably
next
up
to
there,
Lily,
too.
Lily Clive.
Yeah.
Maybe like better than Lily. Anna lower A plus. Is there any 8 tier character? Do we have 8 tier character actually? I would say like, you know, Claudio and Asuka have a chance to be like bottom 5, bottom 2. You know, there is a chance.
What about Leroy? You think he's as bad as Oscar or Claudio or no?
No. He's much better. He's much better. He's better than Lars. He's better than I think Paul, Shaheen. Maybe like Leroy is like here.
Oh, still. Huh.
Because the thing is like that parry did not have you can say that much effect at you can say pro level, right? You know that nerf hits him. So maybe the thing is like, you know, low is weaker as well, right? So it is not that I'm putting him next to low, but I'm putting him, you can say, next to weaker low, right? This is weaker low. This is not like season 1 or
Yeah.
season 2 low. AD. You know, we need to like define the A tier now. Devil Jin definitely
Also,
goes here.
Steve also too. You
Steve is
think he's
very
probably
good.
high A plus?
Yeah, yeah, high A plus. He's high A plus, easy. Easy, maybe like even S tier.
Yeah.
Maybe like even S tier. I think Steve is better than Armor King Lily. Yeah, maybe like Steve goes here.
Yeah.
Easily A tier. Average character. No, I think like he's better than Asuka, Claudio, Devil Jin. He's better than that, right? Uh, let's put him here. We'll order this later, and this is not ordered. Hmm. Let's see. Horang is still very. He has a lot of good things. So Horang is, I think, like here. Really? Clive? Maybe here.
Wait, you still think Huang is that high?
Yeah, you know, he has like he doesn't have flappy kicks, right? But he still got a lot of other good things.
I feel like he would be a little bit more down, but I guess I'll agree with you.
You know, we'll arrange it, right? Because we have low here, right? So is he better than low? I think yes, he's better than low, right? He is better than Lars, I think. He's better than not maybe Ling. You know, we might like put Ling up here. Right? Maybe Beers a little bit up. Okay. Jin. And you can say like Jin is there in the middle with the Shai. These are, you can say, like good mid-tier characters. Falcom round. Falcom is also, you can say, like, you know, little bit above average. Little bit above average, maybe a bit better than Bears. No, maybe like here.
It's funny because they said this patch was going to be bug fixes, etc.
Yeah,
Then
exactly.
they dropped all this shit.
I was not expecting. I was like literally chilling. I did not even like read the patch notes, and then later on realized, you know what? Let me read the patch notes.
Then it said like balance immediately, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I was like Alisa. I was like, you know, maybe like they nerfed Alisa. Then I looked at Asuka. Okay, nerf. Anna nerfs. Then I just turned on the computer. I updated the game. I was like, okay, I'm gonna stream this thing. Eddie. You know, let's like arrange them. I'm just gonna put them, not arrange. I'm gonna put them, assign them a tier first. A plus. Jack A plus. A plus. I think these characters are all A plus. Reina is still A plus. Mir is maybe A tier. Zafina, I would say lower A plus, very low A plus.
So Marizo's that low? You think Marizo's that low?
You know, this is not ordered, but maybe like here. Okay. Mir is definitely better than Claudia. Yeah, she's like.
Is it because you think? Is it because you think she was already kind of that low before?
Yeah. You know, there are better characters available, right? You know, if you wanna go for, let's say, Counted, so why would you like pick Marizu if you have Brian? Kazuya. Where is Kazuya? You know, Kazuya lost the Fold 444. What did he lose now? He lost Hell Sweep, right? Yeah, Heat Regeneration. Right here. Is Kazuya better than Jin? Maybe yes. Like Kazuya is better than Jin Shahi. Maybe like here, you can put Kazuya here. Raven A plus. Yoshi is definitely A. Okay, so now we're gonna arrange everything. So we're gonna arrange S tier now. Dragno, Brian, yeah, they're gonna stay there.
I think Lydia has to be like 3 or 2.
Lydia is definitely better than Victor. Lisa is better than Victor. King is here.
Maybe Fang. I don't know. I was gonna say Fang better than Nina, but probably not.
Fang, Nina, you know, they're like competitive. The thing is like, You know, I'm just gonna assign something. So strength level here is so from 100 to let's say 90, right? These are 89 to let's say like 80, and here 80 to 7, maybe like 75. So Victor Fang, Victor Fang, Victor Fang, Victor Fang. I think Victor is better. Victor is stronger than Fang. The thing is, like, you know, minus 14 launchers getting nerfed. That makes Victor even better. Mike is like Steve really better than Victor because you know we have to consider everything, right? Victor got that like rush down style. You know, if your opponent doesn't know the matchup, you know your opponent is like dead. People know like how to fight Steve Fang, these characters. You know, it's difficult between these four. I think it is very difficult to choose between these four. Where would I put these?
And you don't think Armor King is on the same level as either of them?
You know what? Let's do something. Or no, Armor King is a bit weaker than these.
Okay.
You can see like bit weaker. You see like Lily is a little bit weaker. So I think like here until this point it is ordered. Until you can see like Clive. Horang I think is better than Clive. Maybe like you can put Clive above Horang. Yeah.
Hey, you don't think Nina is better than or Victor is better than Nina?
No. You know, Nina is like more of a versatile character. You know, she still has down 2, right? Where second it is counted launcher. She got extension after that, down back 3 is there. You know, down forward 1, 2. She got nerfs, you know, she got damage nerfs this patch. That is why, you know, like Nina is here. Lydia, Lisa. Let me think. I like Lydia is better than this.
Yeah.
Pink is strong. I think this is top 5, top 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we have like 10 characters in like ST. So if Brian has 100 strength, like Steve has 90. So if we say like Brian is 10 out of 10, Steve is 9 out of 10. You know, Armor King is like maybe 8.9 out of 10. You know, I assigned these, you can say numbers so that it's like easier to compare the strength difference. Mike, Victor over Hiachi? Yeah, I think like Victor over Hiachi. I'm thinking, right? Yeah, I'm like still thinking, what should I do here? Joe, what do you think? Fang or Victor?
I still think like Victor is like the perfumer thing. That's like is kind of a big deal, but I don't know. Everything else Victor got in season 3 that it's still like I think he's for sure fine there.
Right? You know, Victor is
like
good.
I almost want to say better than Gina, but yeah, I think he's fine there. I don't think Fang or Heihachi or Steve are better.
Okay, so Fang or Heihachi? Is Heihachi
I kind of want to say Heihachi. I kind of want to say Heihachi.
Yeah,
I kind of want to say Heihachi.
Steve or Fang? This is interesting.
Steve or Fang?
Because both are very evasive, right? Both got those fast books. Steve got counter hit launcher. Steve has the weak lows, but then he got that up back to into Lionheart mixer. I think like Fang. Fang takes it over Steve. I think Fang is better.
Okay.
I think this is like assigned here. Armor King or Lily? Maybe like Lily here.
I don't know. Those like feisty rabbit changes seem kind of big.
Yeah.
That I would
because
put
you can
Armor
do
King
like
ahead.
like one low, right? Armor King did not lose anything. You know, he just
Yeah,
lost
Armor
that-
King seems like I was looking for more Armor King nerfs. I was looking for them for sure. I lose them 24/7.
You know, even if we like put it here next to each other, so strength difference is not that much, right? Because we have already defined that.
Yeah.
Okay, Clive.
And also Clive too. I thought Clive would have been top 10, but I think that's a good spot too.
Right, you know, because we cannot say like Clive is better than Victor, no. Is Clive
Yeah.
better than Hiachi? Fang, I think no, right? Because he got nerfed.
Yeah.
Crazy how Ragnar has to do with nothing and he's still top 3. Yeah, you know, like, because, you know, there is someone like Rodimus Prime TK saying like Dragonov is still top 3. The thing is, characters are you can say designed around different things, right? For example, Brian. Brian is not that character with one strong move, right? He is a character with like 20 million different strong moves. All of these characters here in this tier, these characters are those characters where if you nerf one move, it does not matter. Maybe like for King, he just relies on down forward 2 a lot other than like King. If you nerf one move, if you take one move away from these characters are, you know, they're like, we're fine, right? Because these characters got a lot of good tools. So that is why, you know, it's difficult to nerf these characters. Like Fang got like so many good moves. Steve has so many good moves. Nina has so many good moves, right? Elisa has so many good things. Brian, Dragnov, Lydia, Victor, all of these guys got like so many good things. Okay, so you know, one nerf or maybe like 2 nerfs are not going to affect these characters. Maybe like King. Let's say if they remove down for 2-1 counter hit launcher from King, yeah, he is going to go down. He's going to go down. What if they take one thing away from Victor, maybe like Nina? You know, it does not matter. Okay, so A plus. Armor King, Clive, Lily.
I feel like Shaheen and Jin seem like they should be a little bit higher up, but I don't know how big of a deal that new move losing as a launch, or that I forgot what it's called, but
You know, it's
those two seem like they didn't get hit that hard in season 3.
Yeah, you know, just placed these. Okay, so let's order Leroy or Law. Because I think until Horang, everything is fine. Leroy or Horang? I think Horang is better than Leroy. Is Leroy better than Law? Law or Leroy? I think Leroy is better than Law right now. Maybe like Law is better. But Law I think is not maybe like better than what it is called for. The thing is like, you know, this is still early, this patch. So I still have to play the game. This is like the first impression with zero experience. Kazuya Shaheen. Kazuya or Leroy? I think Leroy. Yeah, Leroy.
Someone's saying that they're surprised you think Kazuya is better than Jin.
You know, I don't think Kazuya is better than Jin, right? Because we were here, right? So, you know, we're moving forward. So we're not there yet. I need to think. So Kazuya or Shaheen? You know, Kazuya is like a good character. He's a very good character. Downback 4, downback 3. I think it is like difficult. Shane. Okay, Jin should be here above Shaheen. Kazuya or Jin? Let me think.
I feel like I would put Jin ahead of him just because of the season 3 changes for Kazuya.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Kazuya lost stuff in season 3 and Jin got stuff.
Also, Jin, he still has like his hell sweep that breaks the floor. And now Kazuya can only do it like once.
Yeah, that's true. Kazuya cannot get like 2 floor breaks now. You know, Jin got like better pokes, right? Kazuya has better lows. Yeah. Down back 4 is there. Jin's down 2 got buffed as well. You know, so Jin's down 2 is better down 4.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't think 4-3-2 is that big of a deal, to be honest. I don't really see people use it that much.
Yeah, forward 3-2 of Jin is, you can say, like a matchup dependent thing. You can say if someone does not have anything minus 14, that forward 3-4 nerf does not matter. Right, it only matters against characters who got minus 14 stuff. You know, like I'm putting Jin here because he's, you can say, like easier to play compared to Kazuya. Both of these characters got good tools, right? You know, Kazuya has down back 3, that is high crushing glow minus 12 only. Jin got down 4, right? Both of these characters got down back 4. Both of these characters got safe double forward 3. You know, mid
Oh yeah,
launcher.
and they still have forward forward too. If you didn't mention it too,
Yeah,
I had a feeling that was gonna get nerfed. Forward two launchers, but I guess not.
yeah, both of these
'Cause they're
characters
over
got Demon
15.
Power, right? So Demon Spore, safe double forward 3, Hell Sweep. You know, Kazuya got CD 1 plus 2, Jin got the new move in Heat, down forward 2 1 plus 2, and Jin can still do it. How many times Jin can do down forward 2 1 plus 2 in Heat? Where is Jin?
Get ready for the next battle.
Let me see, how many times can we do it? I don't know why there is like so much loading time.
There's a dumbass in the chat that watches low tier god a lot, and he said, "Why is Ling better than Kazuya?" in all caps. But I feel like that's kind of obvious that Ling is better than Kazuya. Like I don't even think the new Ling, like the Ling change is kind of big, but I feels like she's gotten so much new shit in season 2 and season 3 that now it looks kind of good.
Yeah, you know, we're still like moving forward, right? So I just put these characters based on like which tier I'm gonna like put characters into, right? So I like assigned the tiers. So we are like here at Kazuya. So Shaheen, Kazuya. I think Vol is better than Shaheen. Lars, I think here is fine. Ling, is Ling better than Lars? Yeah, she's better than Lars.
Yeah.
She's better than Shaheen. I think she's better than Paul. Is she
Yeah,
better
because I
than
think
Jin?
before season 3, I think Ling was top 10 before season 3 for sure.
Yeah, she was. She was. You know, Ling is one of those characters who have been getting nerfed. Are we going to put Ling here, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's the good spot. I almost still think that, like, I don't really know too much on how the Horang nerfs are gonna play out, but it just seems like that he might be a little bit too high. Like maybe Ling ahead of Horang, because like the flappy kicks and then also that new bid, like taking up all of his heat. That I don't know. That seems pretty big for him. I could see why Edge would be crying on Twitter right now.
Yeah, you know, these are going to be priority picks. I think if we look at pro players, who are the winners of this patch? I think like Lohai, Ni, Ulsan are winners. Mulgold, you know, he's not going to like the patch, right? Mulgold, King Ray Jr., Tibetano, you know, they're not going to like this patch, right? Maybe
Yeah,
put Ant.
Fergus has already
Yeah, Fergus as
has
well.
already quit.
You know, Farzeen should be happy, very happy actually, because
Yeah.
both of his characters are up there. Aslan should be happy, you know, Joan should be fine. So, Alyssa players, Steve players, you know, Chikurin should be happy, right? Because his characters, you know, do not get that nerfed. But, you know, strength difference, you can say, like, starts developing, especially now when you move down the tiers. Okay, so where we were? We were at Ling. Okay, so Ling better than Horeng? Or no?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think so? Ling is better than Horeng? Is she better than
Yeah.
Clive?
That's where I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe not. That's where I think the season 3 nerfs would put her behind Clive. I think that would be enough. I think it's not enough to put her behind Horeng, I think.
So, like, down
Because I think in
for-
season 2, like at the end, or no, season 3 launch, I think Horeng was already out of the top 10. Yeah, I feel like he was either out of the top 10 or at like the very, very end, while Ling was easily top 10. And Horeng in season 3, this patch, or specifically this patch, got nerfed more than Ling.
Yeah,
So
definitely
that's why I
more
think I put
nerfs.
Ling.
I'm thinking like, so which character can play? Link can play better neutral, right? When it comes to stance lockdown, Link has lost the stance lockdown with the nerf. Horang still has that you can select stance lockdown. You know, he just gets the less reward if he lands the flappy kicks, but he still has everything in the stances. Link got good things, both just like let's you can say leave them here. Let's move forward. Uh,
I'm so sorry. I don't want to go
second,
back again, but someone was confused. Like this guy that uses BBW Reina mods in my chat is confused that you said Steve over Armor King, but I don't know. I feel like it's interchangeable with them too. But why do you say that again?
like Steve is very evasive, right? Armor King does not have any panic button, right? If you pressure Steve, you cannot pressure Steve, right? He's very evasive, right? Steve
Well, except
Lionheart
Hopkick.
one.
Would you consider Hopkick though panic button though?
No, you can frame trap that, right? Steve got
Okay.
side weaves. Steve got that back and pull.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, you can't frame trap the
yeah, you kind of like frame trap. Steve got like armor move where he gets a free follow up. Steve got armor move and you can say flicker stance, he gets a free follow up there. Steve got like the panic up too as well. It is launch punishable, but Steve goes, you can select battery evasive buttons, right? Steve has good frames. Steve is fast character. His pokes are faster compared to Armor King. Armor King is up one, down two. Armor King feels like a slower character compared to Steve. Steve got that back one counter hit launcher, jab. I think like Steve takes it over Armor King.
Hey, I also think because nothing happened to Steve season 3 really that, like any character that didn't get touched season 3, this patch is like for sure moving up a tier or they're even close to like top 10.
Yeah,
That's why I think Shaheen should be high. But to be honest, he's kind of fine where he's at.
Right? We cannot say like Shane is better than Leroy, right? We cannot say Shane is like better than Kuzi or Jin. We cannot say that, right? And things like, even if we say Steve is, you can say, like little bit above Armor King, but if we look at the rating, it is like almost the same rating, right?
Yeah.
It is almost the same. They're next to each other. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. One more thing too is that someone was asking like, how does a character go from top 3 to bottom 3 in one season apart? And I feel like he's obviously talking about like Asuka and probably Claudio, but it's because they got a million. Like Asuka seemed like she got fucking insanely nerfed.
Let me tell you like why Asuka and Claudio just go down with 2 nerfs. Meanwhile, Ragnar did not go down because
That's a good point too. Right? That's a good point too.
Because
I thought Dragunov would be down more because of 1+2.
Right, so Claudio mainly because Claudio has one of the shortest move lists. Let me show you how many moves he got. He got less move than King's throws. Right? So Claudio was
that's pretty funny.
King has I think more throws than Claudio's entire move list. Right, if you combine all of the throws, chain throws, all of the variations of different chain throws. Look, the entire move list is like 91 frames where it has parry and all of the throws, and look at these, right? You press up or down or back, these useless moves. If we count the useful moves, Claudio mainly, you can say, so like his lows, how many lows he has? Like 2 lows, right? He got 2 lows.
Yeah. And like down back 3 is like basically just generic down 4 because it's launch. Or not that, sorry, down 3.
Yeah, these are you can see
no. Yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah, these are generic lows, right? So you got like
this launch on block.
This low. So as mids he relied on up over 2, right? He relied on back 1, he relied on down back 1+2. And because this game is aggressive, so other than this you don't have like enough plus frame sources. And now because a big part of Claudio's game plan was to launch someone with this, right, and deal 80 damage. This was, you can say, big part of Claudio's game plan, and that is gone. Claudio does not have install. So Claudio not having install, this move not launching nerfs him, you can say, in 2 ways. It nerfs the hit of Claudio. and it nerfs the install mechanism of Claudio. Because this move is, you can say, related to both of those situations. So this one nerf actually affects both things. So that move getting nerfed, and you know, like this move losing the tracking, you know, he got up back too. But you know, like now if you look at everything that he has lost, he does not have the launch anymore here. You know, he can launch here, but he loses the hit then. Now he cannot do the hit smash. You know, so Claude is in a tough spot now. He's in a difficult spot. Asuka as well. You know, Asuka, like, you can say she relies on the install, like, similar to Claudio, right? And she relied on down 1+2, the low. So they nerfed the low, and now they nerfed the install moves. Double forward 1+2, running 1+2. Okay, so Bears better than Lars for sure. Bears better than Shaheen. I think I would put like Bears. Yeah, better than Kazuya Jin. I would put Bears here. What do you think?
I think also too that I would have put Bears lower if they nerfed what is it? Because that's what I thought the move was at first. You know the one swipe move? Like, is it up forward 2 or up back 2?
Yeah, yes.
I thought that move got nerfed, but if that move didn't. I think if that move had gotten nerfed, they'd be fucked. But they still have that move at least.
Yeah, they have that move. You know, they still have the health sweep, right? Even though they can do it once, they still have the safe lows. You know, running 1+2, back 1+2 to chip damage. You know, especially Panda. Panda can go to the looping pressure. Wait, let me actually maybe like restart the game. I don't know why. There's like so much loading time. Let me restart the game. Okay, so here. Fakumram, I would say like Fakumram is better than these characters. You know, Shine like keeps going down and down. Fakumram got nerfed, but is Fakumram the thing is like if you know the matchup, if you know how to fight Fakumram, it is like easier to win versus Fakumram compared to Shine. Even if you know the Shine matchup, right? And if player is strong, you know you can win. So Shaheen requires, you can say, a strong player, right? If he wants to be a strong character, but you know you can just like spam the string with Fakumram and win, right? So it is like easier to pressure the opponent with the Fakumram compared to Shaheen. But you know, like Fakumram plays risky. Yeah, he plays risky. Azucena, okay, Azucena should go up. Azucena should like go here. Azucena I still think is better than Jin. You know, she got out, she lost. You can see the mid launcher, right? 4-4-4 dash launcher. I think this is fine. This is a good position for Azucena. Kazuya, Paul, Shaheen.
Why do you think Azu over Jin again? Sorry. What did you say about that?
Yeah, Azucena I think is better than Jin because look, if I show you what Azucena can do, Azucena has a lot of good tools, right? You know, maybe people might not be using her correctly.
Yeah.
Because Azucena is
in America, they for sure are not using her correctly. In America, in Japan, and everywhere else, they are, for sure.
So let me show you some good things that Azucena can do. You know, some strong things. Why I think like Azucena is strong? Because the thing is like she got very good strings. So for example, look at this move. This move is -4, goes into stance. So if you don't press anything, you know you have to take the stance pressure, right? In this turn, she can do Hell Sweep. She can do a mid launcher -14. Right, and because -14 got nerfed, -14 launchers are gone. So, this you can say like less risky. She can do this like this move. This is like homing. It wall splats. She got jab, which
Also,
is
that one, like, is it like 3+4 or something? The leg jumping move.
This
That's
is
like
so
plus, yeah,
good.
that,
This
yeah,
is so good.
yeah.
This is like better. This is as effective as you can say like Victor's running too. Plus one block
Yeah.
mate goes to stance pressure. And she frame traps here with this move. If you do jab, you both trade, but Azutana deals more damage. Right? Or she can just do, you can say jabs here. She can wall splat you. She got the spike combo. And now let's talk about the strings that she got. So every string, you can say like goes to the stance. And this string, it goes to the stance and it got a mid follow-up. Look, mid follow-up is only -11. Both hits are natural combo or normal hit plus 8. -11 only mid and first it goes to the stance, right? Where she auto evades eyes. If she is in heat, you get hit by this. Wait. Wait, not that one. I think she gets a normal follow-up. Yeah, she gets the normal follow-up there. She does that automatically. You don't have to do anything. And if they press, you can go for the mid. Mid is a count hit launcher. It is only -11. Can be delayed. Look, can be delayed. And she also got a high option, which gives free follow-up. And high option is safe on block. You see? So this string is very good. Same thing applies to back turn jab. Back turn jab +2. -11 mid count hit launcher extension. High is only -1. Back turn 2. This mid deals like 35-40 damage. It is safe on block mid. Back turn hatchet. You can go to just back like that. This is -10 count hit launcher. So she got a lot of good things. 3-2. While rising 4-1. Right? She can cancel moves into stances. She can cancel this, cancel this, cancel this. So her, you can say strings are very good. Forward 3 string is very good. Neutral 3 string is very good. She can cancel into the stance. She can go for mid or a high. And if you press anything, look, mid gives you free +13. So if you press something, she gets extra reward on the strings. Right here, counter launcher. Here, counter launcher. So she's like a good character. I think she is better than Jin. She got things that Jin does not have. Okay, Xia, Fakumran, Lee Chawla. I think Anna is like better than Lee. Weaker than, maybe like better than Lars. Anna still has like the jabs, right? Down forward 1-2 cancels. Anna still got the full crouch low launcher, while rising to mid launcher, right? Her hammer chance stance is same. Q's judgment stuff. I think like Anna maybe here. What do you think, Polo? And I think like Polo is better than Anna.
Yeah, I think the Anna players are also kind of like depressed right now too. I notice.
Yeah, Anna
They think
definitely
she's
got
like that.
nerfed, right? She went from like top 1 or top 2, in season 2 to this point. So definitely Anna got nerfed. She's like way bottom in the tier list, but she's like better than Shane in these characters. Eddie goes here. Lars or Lee Chawla?
Yeah, I don't know which one.
You
Both
know,
of them seem like, yeah, they got pretty big nerfs.
yeah. You know, so like from here
Someone was
onwards, it is
saying
difficult.
someone
Yeah.
was saying that Lee is better than Shaheen, but this guy's a Shaheen player, so that's why he's saying that. There's no way that's the case.
You know, things like Lee's down forward 3+4 does not give you free follow up, right? And his down forward 3+4 is not homing anymore. You know, his Hitman 111 is not a hit dash launcher. Down forward 323 is not a hit dash launcher. You know, so he lost a lot of things. Shaheen, you can see, kept all of the things. Shane got a good stance, you know, he got a slide mix up. Shane got good hop kick. Shane's forward 4 is good. Back 1, back 3, you know, card break. I think, like, you know, it is getting difficult here, to be honest. It is very difficult to decide.
I need to see like the Jack. I need to see the max damage Jack combos with the new scaling because I can't really tell how big of a deal it is.
What did Jack lose? So he lost damage and he lost.
The mix up in Gamma Hal with Gamma Hal 3.
Yes, so he
Because
lost.
people would duck that. People would duck that. And that's a mid, right?
Yeah, the mid, you know, the cost is more, but it is still a launcher. So that move is a launcher, mid launcher. You know, the cost is more. 600 frames, you can say, for that. I would say, you know, like Jack goes up. Jack goes up. I think Jack belongs here. Jack is, you can select still the same character, he just deals less damage on combos, right? And the thing is, like, it is not like
Yeah.
he's going to deal much less damage. It is just going to be like, you know, 4 or 5 points less, I think. Because he did not lose any combo damage at the start of the combo or anything, right? He just lost the damage on the storm, right? And after the storm, you know, the follow-up that you do after the storm. So let's say if you did like 8 damage after that, because the move, yes, I think you're going to lose like 5 to 7 damage on that part at the end of the combo. So if you can say like Jack did beforehand 97 damage with the combo, now he's gonna do like 80, 83, something like that damage. Jack. Is Jack better than Link? I don't think so. Link, Jack. Leo. What does Leo lose? I think Leo is stronger than this. Maybe like here. Better
The
than
down
Alex?
back two heat dash, that move did seem like it would get hit a lot, and I'm pretty sure you could hit confirm it. But to be honest, before that change, Leo was like top 10, I think.
Wait, did
Or
you-
down
No.
back two, I meant.
No, down back 2 is still the same. They did not nerf that move.
Wait, what? It's still full combos?
Yes. I did not see it in the patch notes, but let me see the patch notes again.
No, I could have sworn I saw in the patch.
So
Because
this
it's 14 frames. It's 14 frames.
no, that is back 2. Down back 2 is this. You mean this one, right?
Yeah.
This is still a launcher.
Huh?
This is still a launcher.
What? Wait, then what the fuck is the other one? What is down back two? What is
This
that?
one. This one.
Oh,
So the hit confirmable
That
version
move is-
still stays.
okay. All right, never mind then. Yeah, Leo has to be higher then.
Right? So
'Cause
the
that back two is annoying, but that fucking move, they fish for that they fish for that like
Yeah.
24/7.
yeah, you know, this is hit confirmable. This one is not. This one is not. You see, if I delay it, second one gets blocked. It is -11. Mid. And here, second it can be parried as well. You can parry the second hit here as well. So, you know, it only affects, you can say, that part of Leo where Leo could punish someone with -14 at launch. Now Leo cannot. So I think like Leo is stronger than Azucena, weaker than Bears, Leroy,
I think Leo is stronger than them.
stronger than
I'd put
Bears.
Leo even like ahead of like Jack.
Really?
Yeah, because Leo was like top 10,
Well,
and I don't think that changes as big of a deal. Because I thought it was down, it was back 2
Get ready for the next
okay, she thought it was down back
or
two.
down back 2.
You know the thing is like Leo got some weaknesses. Uh,
Get ready for the next
because I have like made Leo as well. I have played Leo for a long time. Wait, do you know this thing? Wait, I'm gonna show you some.
Oh, you can just hop kick. You just hop kick through.
Yeah,
it?
you hop kick in the middle. Wait, okay, you cannot do that anymore.
I feel like they changed it though. I
Yeah,
think they changed it.
But the thing is, like, you know, you
Yeah.
can still sidestep left here, you see? So, you know, like, players actually get flowcharted here with this move, right? And the problem is, like, even if you got good reactions, you can react to this move, right? In offline setting, by the way, not in online setting. You know, this is why I have not put Jin very high into the tier list, super high. Because if we consider Jin's down 2 is, you can say, not reactable. If we consider 443 is not reactable, Hell Sweep is not reactable. If we consider these options, Jin is definitely going to be like here, next to Clive or Lily. Why did I put Jin here? Is because his stuff is reactable if you play online. Sorry, offline,
Okay.
offline.
So you don't even think Leo was even top 10 in the beginning of season 3 then? You think people just don't know the matchup?
I think it is lack of the matchup knowledge as well. Leo is good. Leo is very strong character, but you know, Leo is a slow character, right? Leo does not have fast pokes, so you're going to lose to characters like Nina, who just constantly keep poking you down.
Okay.
People who can just mash the pokes, right? If a character has good frames, you know, you can like control Leo. If you have evasive character like Feng Wei, you know, you can control this character. But this character is good, you know. You can see like he's here in the middle, Leo. Leo is there in the middle, so I'm not saying like Leo is so weak that Leo is like bottom 1 or bottom 5, right? But you know, not as strong as Brian, you know, not as weak as you can see like Asuka, Claudio, but like here.
Okay. And also June too. I realize that June is really low. You don't think June is any higher than that?
Yeah, June is higher, definitely. June is higher.
Okay.
June is higher because June got buffed. She deals a lot of damage. You know, the thing is like a lot of people get flow charted by that 4-1+2 shield, right? That I talked about earlier.
Yeah.
So if people know about that, if people bait cans, you know, if people punish back 3, but June still is like annoying, right? You know, you can put her maybe like next to Jin. June I think is like more annoying than Kazuya. Maybe like here. Maybe here. Somewhere here. I still think
Yeah.
Azucena is better than June. Right? And June is better than these characters. Yeah, June is definitely better than these characters now, you know, like Lars. Even though, you know, she cannot do... The thing is like she lost this thing. Where... you know, like that forward 3+4 stance, what is that thing called? Genjutsu 1-1+2. Even though she lost, you can say that thing got nerfed. She did not lose that thing, it got nerfed. You see, it consumes 600 points of it.
Oh yeah, that one too.
But you know, like June still got, you can say, things that she can mix you up with. And the biggest problem, what you can say, thing is like after 10 frame punish, you know, she gets a 50-50. You see, she gets a 50-50 after 10 frame punish. And the mid launcher that she does is, you know, -13 only. And you know, she got a mid wall splat safe and block. So her 10 frame punishes, you can say, very strong. Right, you know, she got the 14 frame launcher. She can launch like many strong blows.
This guy said that Hell Sweep is reactable on PC. Is that true or no?
This thing?
Yeah.
No, it is 19 frames, right?
Yeah.
You know, 21 frames. Like the best case scenario is like 20 frames is reactable. 19 is difficult. Maybe.
He's saying it's because of the animation. He said it's because of the animation.
No. It is like, too fast to react. Maybe like someone specific can react to this, right? But as a whole, if you can say like ask a lot of Jun players, or let's say if we put a lot of players to like block this move and reaction, most of the players would fail to do that. No, it's not like Jin's down. Just give me 1 minute. I got a phone. Okay, guys, never mind. So let's move back to the tier list. June's like sweep is not reactable, at least for me. Maybe someone can react to it, right? But I'm pretty sure most players cannot react to that. Wait, I got the phone. Guys, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. I need to do some dad responsibilities. Just 2 minutes. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so which character we were discussing? I think we were here.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Eddie and Reina.
Right, I moved the Jun up. So like I think it is difficult to order Fakumram, Lars, and Lee. All of these characters are good, right? But they are not like very, you can select super annoying. I don't know which one to put. You can say first. You can select among these. Okay, anyways, we're gonna skip this. 80. I think 80 is better than these.
I think Reina, Zafina, Raven, and Yoshi, I think are basically where Eddie is.
Really?
But maybe that's too many characters at a time.
Yeah,
There's no way any four of those are at the bottom of A+. I don't think.
Because look, the strength here, it's because like we have to consider other characters, right? So if we cannot say like AD is better than Clive or Lily, because AD got nerfed super hard, right? He got nerfed. His 4/4, 13 from counter hit launcher is gone. His QCF 4 deals less damage, and his 3+4. So if I show you AD again, so these are the nerfs that AD got. AD cannot launch with 3+4 anymore. And AD, it is QCF 4 deals like 30 damage now, 35 damage. So he cannot launch you with this. You see, so he lost this launcher. And that move does like 35 damage now. Right? And he lost this launcher as well. He lost like 2 hit launchers. And I think like this is where AD players did a lot of damage, like let's say if AD wants to deal damage this way, he has to commit to the risk, right? Now he does not have, you can select that that safe method to launch you. You know, and if we look at the early season 3, uh, you know, this move. Wait, not that one, not that one. This one, you see, this one became minus 14. You know, this minus 14 is less relevant now. But still is minus 14. You know, Needy is, you can say, like better than I think like Lars and stuff like that. You know, even though he got knocked, he's here. Like Reina, Yoshi is definitely going to be up there. I think Yoshi is better than AD. Yoshi is better than Anna. Maybe like here. Because the thing is, look, why I'm putting Yoshi like this low? Maybe like I have a lot of games against Yoshi, but there are some things about Yoshi.
Battle.
Crouching down forward 3, you know, this low is reactable. I don't know if it is only me, but I can react to this. This is 20 frames, right? This is one of those 20 frame moves which are like reactable. This low launcher, and I can react to this sometimes, but I can react to this. Maybe like that's just me, because you know, like here, as you can see, like in the arcade where I played, we had a lot of Yoshi players, and I have been like playing against this, you can see, like Yoshi players ever since Tag 2. So maybe that's just me. Maybe like Yoshi is stronger than that, but I personally feel like, you know, Yoshi like belongs here, you know, not above that, right? Because look, if we go here, Shayu got unreactable mix-ups, right? Lily, Armor King, you know, Jin, sorry, not Jin, Clive, Steve, Hiachi, you know, all of these characters, right? You know, even Jack, and you can say Bears, the mix-ups they do, those mix-ups are not reactable, right? For Leo, some moves are reactable, but then she got that, you know, Boke 3+4 low, right? Leo got that low, that is not reactable. But for Yoshi, you know, if you stay back, if you don't press, you know, if you play defensive, if you don't get your brother flash, you know, and like you can, if you can block the lows and reaction, you know, it becomes difficult for Yoshi. So like Yoshi maybe here, you know, other channel like does not have those reactable lows. Fakumram, you know, I put like Fakumram here because he just has to take
I mean,
so many risks, right?
technically, you could say Lee doesn't have reactable lows, though.
Who?
Lee.
Lee. The thing is, like, you know, no, Lee is very uncommon here. No one literally plays Lee here, right? But Lee got some lows. For example, Lee
Actually,
had,
no, Silvertail, right? Is that called? It's called Silvertail. That is kind of reactable.
transport.
I've heard.
There is one low that is reactable. This one. This is
Yeah.
like reactable. It is easy to react to. And this one with the, if you put effort,
Oh, yeah,
right, if you
yeah,
drill, you can react to this. If you put effort into it, you know, this is where Lee starts struggling. If you can react to this, then, you know, like Lee becomes very easy matchup for you. If you can react to this, because reacting to this is easy. This is the issue. This low. If you can react to this, I cannot react to this.
Yeah.
If you can react to this, then Lee matchup is very easy.
And also, like, even though you can't react to down 3 and back 3-3, they are launch.
Yeah, back 3-3, yeah, and down 3, yes, these are launched. You know, so this is like where you force Lee to like take the risk. And you know, like the thing is, you know, Lee players actually, you can say, fished for this counter launcher, right? Did a lot of damage, you know, into, you can say, the what is that called? You know, wall combo, right? You know, where you just get that mini wall bounce on the ground pound, that thing. And you know, Lee players actually relied on this move to deal damage. You know, beforehand, I told you like good Lee players could get up to 75 damage from this one, right? But now you cannot get more than 30. If you consume your entire hit bar, you know, you cannot get like 75 damage. So they relied on this damage. And the thing is, like, now this move, you can see is weak to, I think it is weak to side step right. Or maybe the left side. You know, it is weak to one side. Yeah, it is weak to side step right, you know. And down 1+2 is weak to side step left. And the fact that you can step these moves. Forward 2, he got forward 2. But like there are better characters, right? Because this tier list is relative. If we want to put Lee above someone, we have to like prove that Lee is better than that character. Right? Reina is better. Zafina should go up.
Yeah, Zafina for sure.
Zafina should go up. Where can she go? Jin?
AK. This guy's saying AK guy away with murder. I don't know. For me, I can't really tell too much of it. AK, I'm just bad against the matchup, or he really is like that fucked.
Hey, Armor King is
'Cause
good.
I lose him just 24/7.
Armor King is good. He has very strong pokes. Armor King got like very high damage. He got chain throws. Armor King is good character. Where would you put Zafina at? I think like better than Bears, Leroy. Maybe like here. The way like Zafina can just do the stance rush down. I think like Zafina belongs here. Yeah, Zafina is fine here. Raven. Raven, I think like here maybe.
Yeah, I think Raven's for sure better than Anna, for sure. Because I know someone that's an Anna and Raven player, and I think they're gonna play Raven now.
Yeah, because even after the nerfs, Raven can still play the game. He still got good lows. He still got his 50-50s, right? He still got that Soul Zone 4 slide, which is -14. Not launch punishable. Crouching down forward 3. He got like back turn down 2. Raven, I think here. Maybe like better than Bears, but I think like Raven is fine. Reyna.
Why, are you wondering where Reyna goes, or are you putting her there?
No. I'm thinking where she goes. She's not a weak character. She's a strong character. She did not get nerfed that much.
Yeah.
I think like she.
I'd probably say, there. Okay.
Here, where would you put Reyna at?
I was gonna say where June is, but yeah, maybe up there, because to be honest, that stance load, like no one really uses that ever. No one ever uses that.
Yeah, because she got electric, right? If you get hit by electric, once you lose 80 damage, right? 442 is there, Health Wave is there,
and then she still got that one like new homing move out of her stance too in season 3.
Yeah, she got the homing exactly. So like Reyna here. Maybe we can move Lee a little bit up. But I think like if we move up. Okay, now let's talk about these characters. The stars of the show. In a negative way, but Devil Jin, Claudio, Asuka, Miri. I think Miri is good.
You think it's possible Claudio is a worse character or no?
We will compare now. Okay. So it's up to these 3. I think like Miri does not belong in 8 years. She belongs here. She's I think better than Falcon. Not better than Eddie. Maybe better than Eddie, but it is good. Okay, Asuka or Claudio? I think Claudio is better than Asuka.
Yeah.
Asuka,
I would say Asuka might be the worst.
Right?
So she's actually fucked.
I cannot like give you bottom. She cannot like get down to into free follow-up. She cannot launch with double forward 1+2. She cannot launch with running 2.
Yeah. I think Devil Jin is better than her. I'm not gonna lie. I think Devil Jin is
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know, bro. Asuka seems like she got fucked. Like, really hard.
Yeah, Divergent, like keeps the things, right? He just cannot spam those things more enough, but Asuka lost the things. There's a difference. Asuka lost, you can see those properties. Divergent keeps all of the properties, right? But he can just spam those less enough.
Yeah, Claudio and Devilgen, I don't even know.
I'm thinking Claudio to move a little bit up.
So he's not unusable, basically. You actually think he's not unusable?
No, look. Joe, there is a difference, right? If we compare Claudio to the rest of the characters, I would not recommend playing Claudio in tournaments, right? If we compare Claudio to the rest of the characters. But if we compare Claudio to the standard taken fundamentals, where if we say, okay, this is a move, this move has good properties, good damage, Claudio is fine, right? He's an average character, right? In like this taken it meta. If you look at the moves, he's playable. If you want to play him in ranked, you can play. But when it comes to competing, I don't recommend because all of the other characters are much better. Especially Brian, Dragno, Lydia. Why would you pick Claudia when you can play Lydia? I don't know. Right? Because Downback on list is not there. Well, let me first decide between Devilgen and Claudio. I think Claudio is better. Claudio is better than Devilgen. I think like Claudia goes to A plus tier. Very low A plus tier. Even though he's bottom 3, but he goes here.
You think it's just because of up back 2? If you didn't have up back 2, he'd be like...
Yeah.
You think if you didn't have up back 2, he'd be the worst character in the game?
Yeah, without up back 2, definitely Claudia goes here.
Okay.
Without up back 2, right? Because we still have low hit smash and Claudia minus 14. We have side step 4, down back 4, 3. Forward 2 is still there, While rising 1, 2, down 1, 2.
Also, somebody's complaining like, oh, Fang being better than Law is implausible, but I don't think that guy looked at the patch notes.
Yeah, I think like the person missed the patch notes because Lars, lost everything.
Or no, he's talking about Law. He said Fang being better than Law is implausible.
Yeah, I think he did not see the patch notes. Once the player watches the patch notes, he'll realize, okay, why Fang is better than Law. When I put Claudio, I wanna put
ahead of Lee.
Yeah, I wanna put Claudio maybe.
Whoa! Really?
AD. Wait, let me think. A forward 2, back 1, down 1 to unit is steppable. Back 1, it deals like 17 damage now, right? Up back 2 is there. I think up back 2 is down. Up forward 2, up back 2. I think Claudio got 2 mids now. Up forward 2, up back 2. And then back 1 for homing. Like he has 3 mids and 2 lows. I think like he's fine here. Yeah, he got like 3 mids and 2 lows. He's like 5 move character now. He was already like 5 move character, but those moves were strong, right? But yeah, I think like here. Lee, Fakumaram. I think like this is old.
Yeah.
Right, this is like the. I still don't think we have F tier characters. So this is like first expression. What was the patch? 3.
I think it's 3.02. Let me see.
So these are, you can say, the average characters with good tools, right?
3.02.
Devilgen has, you can say, like, what would you change? You can ask the viewers what would they want to change. Let's see, what would
Eddie's still a mixed god. Victor's S tier, but he still takes risk. Put Claudio F tier.
Yeah, Claudio maybe like bottom 3, Asuka. You know, I'm like surprised how Asuka went from here to here in like 2 patches. A month ago,
Yeah.
Asuka used to be here. He was like beating everyone. Now Asuka is here.
Yeah.
Brian stays
Yeah,
there.
it's actually kind of funny. Like it's pretty funny because they were fucking they were just like everywhere. They were actually everywhere, and now it's just gone like that.
Yeah.
At least with Claudio, there was like 5 of us, but Asuka, there's like 6 million of them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think like Claudia is much more playable compared to Asuka. I think,
Yeah.
you know what, maybe like put her here. Maybe let me make a separate tier for Asuka. Create a room. F tier, correct. Yeah, okay, it's fine. I think it looks good now. It looks good. Divergent is, you can say, that average character now. You know, Claudia like bottom 2.
It's actually funny too. You said that you think this version of Asuka is worse than Tekken 7. I remember in Tekken 7 people saying like she was unviable too. You
Yeah,
never would see her ever.
she was not that good, right? But the thing is, like, look at other characters now, right? Armor King is much stronger than Tekken 7. You know, Brian is much stronger than Tekken 7. Dragnov, you know, Lily,
Yeah.
all of the Anna, Paul, Shaheen, Kuzui, all of these characters are much stronger than Tekken 7, and she feels like, you know, she has now like moved back to that Tekken 7 era where she has to like play on down back 3. You know, maybe 1+2 mid launcher. You know what you're gonna use as a Asuka player, right? If you use double fort 1+2, you deal maybe like 30-40 damage. Then what?
Yeah.
Right. So I think the only hope is that if you just get people like pressing buttons, right? You can parry, you can do cans back 3. But if someone does not do anything, if someone just holds back, how can you beat that player if someone just holds back? Let's say if I hold back, how can Asuka kill me? If I hold back.
Get ready for the
You know, maybe
next
50-50
battle.
throws, but it's difficult. You know, if I just hold back, she has to do this move how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and 6, like 12 times. So you have to get hit by this move. So it is, you can say, like, either you can say getting poked by this and then, you know, get launched if you try to duck. Other than that, you know, this move is there, but it is slow now. You know, so this is slow, this is reactable. Before and you could get hit by this move, but now it is impossible, near impossible to get hit by this move, right? This one does not launch, this one does not launch. This is a launcher but -9, and the thing is, like, if you put yourself at -9 next to your opponent, now you have to, like, if you're fighting Lydia, now you have to just, you can say, you know, face all of the buttons that she has and just die. If your 1+2 gets blocked and you're -9.
Also, somebody said that the Fang nerf is a big deal, but I disagree. I don't think I would see that move get thrown out a lot because he's wondering why Fang is so high. And then
Yeah.
someone else said, or I guess go ahead on that first.
Right. The thing is, you know, Fang's nerf, yes, it matters. I'm not saying it does not matter, but again, I mentioned this thing. Fang's nerf only matters if you're trying to punish something which you can say recovers fast. If you're trying to punish something, let's say, if you're trying to punish something that recovers slow, like this, you can still launch, you see. If something recovers slow like that, and that waves, you know, you can still launch, right? Because the only thing that Fang lost was, you can say, launcher here. And it only matters if your opponent waves something that recovers fast. But still, you know, you're dealing good damage. I think that one nerf does not affect Fang. You know, maybe something with little bit more recovery, like down forward. You know, so that's the thing. Like, when it comes to like punishing pokes with the back and poke, you know, this is where you can say you lose the value. most of the time I think you can still get the value. You can launch the opponent. Not here, not here. But if you see something slow getting whiffed, Fang still got back 4. He still has this move. You know, he still has, you can say, this headbutt, right? He still got this move. Recounter it, follow up, right? He got this. Recounter it, follow up. He got, like fast forward enough this. He got this. He got this. You can still do, wire rising when at all of your attacks. You see, you can even do down forward 3. You can say from your snake dash. You can do this. You do this, you get +3. Low launcher. This one. Mid launcher is there. Like all of the things main things are there, right? All of the offensive tools are there. Down forward 1 is still 0. Forward 2-1, it is still there. This move is still -2. So things are there. He's fine. He's fine. Similar to Nina. Nina got nerfed, but she's fine. Victor is fine. Just a few nerfs. Heihachi got that. Heihachi does not launch. It is fine. You can throw Steve from in Lionheart. It is fine. Those nerfs are fine. Right? King does not launch in muscle armor. With the muscle armor heat dash. That is fine. So these are, you can say, like one nerf. So if you look at this, these are one nerf characters. One nerf, one nerf, one nerf, one nerf, one nerf, one nerf, right? Nina, if you go to the Nina part, they show multiple nerfs, right? But they could have written, all of the empowered bullets deal less damage, right? So it is like the same thing, right? Those are just, you can say, the empowered bullets, but after multiple, so it is, you can say, like the same nerf. She just deals less damage when she goes for more.
Also, there's some people that are still like on the Armor King stuff, and they think he should be over Steve because everybody lost their Demon Paw, but he still has his. That's what they said. That's what one person said.
But the problem with Armor King is that, let me tell you what is the thing. Armor King does not have any 50-50. He is the only character in the game without, you can say, strong 50-50 mix-ups, right? He does not have any knockdown law. Every character got something, right? So Armor King has to, you can say, rely on perks. And you guys might be wondering, do I know enough about Armor King? Yeah, I know enough. Right? I have been playing this character for a long time. Let me show you guys some.
I'm honestly surprised they didn't nerf, because that's what I thought that move was. Down back 2-1.
It can be parried.
Yeah, I think down back 2-1.
It can be parried, and the thing is, like, you can say, like, I have played Armor King, but it is not like I have not played. Even in season 2, he was, you can say, one of my most played characters. Because the Armor King. So look,
I guess it's because I don't have a parry. That move bothers me so much.
Yeah, down back 2-1 is, you can say, okay, that is season 1. Down back 2-1, it loses to the parries. Asuka can launch you. Jin can launch you. So that's the thing. I don't think Armor King gets +3 only there. That is the thing. After the move, situation is not that good for Armor King. You can step almost everything. If you go side step left, you step almost everything that Armor King does.
This guy said it could be parried is not a good answer in all caps. He's like really angry.
Like,
Get ready for the next
I don't know. The thing is, like, situation is not same when two players are playing, right? Me playing Taken and you can say other players playing Taken. The situation is not the same. Even if you compare, you can say a pro player with me or a casual with me, situation is not the same because we are fighting with different, fighting against different people and stuff like that. Wait, let me pick Armor King. You know what I can actually show here? So this is +3, right? And side step left, like nullifies most of the options, you know. So there are some pokes. Look, 2-1. You see, this will catch. So these are the bugs. I'm gonna show you the things that can catch. You see, you can do this, right? But let's say if you go for this thing again. Wait. I think Kazuya is not doing a good side step. Let me pick someone else. Do another average character. Let's pick Lars.
Get ready for the next battle.
You know, you can step a lot of things. He's weak against stepping. So let's say like if they go for side step, you know, like against you can catch side step right with some moves. You know, but you know, like movement, you can move around here.
It feels like you have to alternate though, right and left against him a lot. Because I know you're using Lars, so his sidestep is better, but when I'm on Claudio and I sidestep right against Armor King, I feel like I'm constantly getting clipped.
Right, you know, the thing is like he can catch side step right with this thing, you see? He can catch side step right with this, but here the first attack is high, you know, and the second is mid. So it can be interpreted, you know. Another thing about this move is you can do down jab and cover most options, because here this move is +3, right? So down jab beats your jab. I don't know why Lars did not do down jab there. I'm not sure why he's not doing that, but you can see, you know, down for 1 trades here. Down back 2-1 again. If I do that, it loses, you know, all of the throws lose, right? You know, Lars is not doing down jab properly there. Otherwise, you know, you beat the throw as well. You know, maybe like you can do hope kick to beat that, but hope kick is risky, right? You know, so like the counter play is there, not one counter play where you have to commit to something risky, right? You know, you can safely you can say like check Armor King here, you know, with side step block. So the main weakness of Armor King is, you can say, he's like linear, right? That is I did not put him, you can say, in the S tier. He's linear and he does not have, you can say, you know, like very strong 50-50s. You know, like
It is just 4-3-2 though. Honestly, it is. I can see why, because I complain about the same thing. Yes, on paper he's linear, but 4-3-2 is just fucked. Like, it's just fucked his step.
yeah,
I just get
tracks
clipped
sidestep right.
24/7.
Yeah, it tracks sidestep right, but it loses to sidestep left. You see?
Even if they I guess it doesn't matter. If they delay, it doesn't really matter. You have to like play around that, but
Right, so you know, this is the thing.
and his movement too. Armor King's movement's really good.
Yeah, his movement is really good. You know, he's, you can say, solid fundamental character. That is why he's, you can say, on top of like A+ tier, right? He's up there. That's why he's there. But he's not as broken, you know, like as Brian, or you can say others in the S tier, right? You know, he's weaker than Victor. You know, he is weaker than Nina. He is weaker than King for sure. Alisa, Lydia. He's weaker than these guys, right? He's weaker than Hiachi, because Hiachi got that warrior instinct, right? 1 free round. You know, Fang got like good pokes like Armor King, but then Fang is evasive and slippery as well. You know, another weakness of Armor King is someone is on top of you, right? Mashing, you don't have a way out. You know, you cannot press any random button. It may be like hope kick, maybe armor move, right? But if you look at Fang, he got a forward 2, you know, back 3+4, right? You know, Victor got like good evasive buttons. Alisa has the side step. You know, Dragon got good movement. Brian does not have any panic button either, but you know, his offense is unmatched. He just has frames everywhere. He does not, you know, it's never your turn against Brian, even though he does not have plus frames everywhere, but frames are like -2, -3, you know, -1, +5, +4, 0, -2. So he plays around that range. He rarely goes to -9. This is -9, right? Other than that, look, +4, 0, +5, -2, -3, look, 0, -1. You see, +5, look, -1, You know, this is 0. So he plays around that range. You know, the thing like, you know, he got extension like down to 3 bomb extension. Extension here. You know, even his homing, high string, -1. Right? It is -7, but then he got a high follow and mid. But is a launcher on counter it. This is 0, he can get +2, like that. +1. You see, like this move got like range better than here it looks like. You know, he can do these. So he got like string extensions everywhere. You know, you cannot press. You cannot press after this. You cannot press after this because you can get stepped, or Brian can, boom, do a third hit. So this is the thing. You know, he got the guard break, right, with the taunt. You know, even though I have not, you can select trained this thing ever, but I can still land it sometimes. You know, if you train it, you can in practice mode. You know, for a sure, maybe, you know, it depends like how much you have been playing Taken. But if you're already a good player, you don't have to invest a lot of time to learn this, and then unit pays you back. It is execution heavy, right? But when you look at the pro level, you know, when it comes to, you know, the top level like Atif, Ni, Loha, you know, execution does not matter at that level. It's just the reward.
Also, too, like, there's a lot of people that are. I feel like Lee is always like a hot take character, where there's always people that are always saying he's either like broken or he's ass, and it doesn't matter like when. Like, it's just there's always people arguing about Lee, like every day, like no matter what has happened. So there's obviously people now that are like, how are you putting Lee bottom 3, bottom 4, or whatever?
You know, like, you don't have to look at bottom 3, you have to look at this. If I'm saying Brian is 10 out of 10, I am saying Lee is maybe like 8.9 out of 10. Right? You know, it is comparison. Tier lists are always made based on comparison. You know, if you look at the moveset of Lee, like Hitman 4 is reactable. Right? You know, so look. There is something that we have to consider about this tier list. These characters are being played by the best players, right? And these characters are being played against the best players. I think that should be the established fact before this tier list applies. You know, if someone like cannot react to slow moves, right? He definitely thinks, you know, those moves are strong, you know. So it depends on, you can say, like how strong your opponent is and how you can say well familiar you are against the matchup, right? You know, I gave this example in the last stream as well. If we go to green ranks, and green rank players, as you can say, gonna complain about snake edges, right? You know, the players who are very new to Taken, snake edges are very strong for those players because those are low launchers that they cannot react, but then they lose like 80 damage, 70 damage, right? But those moves are actually not strong because there is a counterplay to that, right? You know, you have to put effort, you have to put time into it, but if you do that, you can counter those moves. Similarly, you know, some moves are easy to counter, some moves are difficult to counter, right? So based on that thing, you know, I have made this tier list. And this tier list is, you can say, not applicable at, you can say, lower ranks. I think you can call this tier list like Destruction 2, Destruction 3 plus tier list, right? You know, tournament tier list. This is that type of tier list. If you wanna go to a tournament, if you wanna play a character, how well a character is going to perform. You need to have this rating here as well. You know,
So he's saying I got it.
yes, I was gonna say, like, if you like if you are, you can say, let's say in Might Ruler or Fujin, if you're thinking, does this tier list apply to you? No. For Fujin player, Brian is like as strong as maybe like Devil Jin. Maybe Devil Jin is stronger than Brian in Fujin ranks, right? Maybe someone, you know, there are some characters who are strong in every ranks, like Lydia. You know, you can just keep pressing. So, you know, that's the thing.
Yeah, this guy AO Richie is like confused because he's like saying, oh, so he's saying Lee's down back 3+4 is reactable. I know you already went through all that. But he's like one of those guys that always thinks Lee is like fucking insanely broken and all this shit.
Now he is not. He was very strong, yes, he was very strong, right? But now he is not. We cannot compare currently to the end of season 2 league, right? The league we had last month on 15th of May. This league is not same, right? And when I say something is reactable, want to make it clear, it does not mean that everyone is able to do that, right? When I say Snake Edge is reactable of Brian, not every player can do that. Standard is same. For this, if you want to react to the Snake Edge of Brian, you have to put, less effort, significantly less effort compared to if you want to react to a 20 frame move, right? But it is possible. We have players in Pakistan that never get hit by. One example is Hira Malik. Play against Hira Malik, land a 20-21 frame low against that player. It is impossible. There are players who got such good low defense, and it shows that it is possible to consistently do that, right? And I mentioned when he said like Lee's down by 3+4 is reactable. At the same time, I said that I cannot do that, right? Because I did not put enough effort into it.
Ayo Richie's now like he's trying to interrupt and he's saying I've done it before, load up TGU because he beat here Malik in tournament.
Ayo is very good player, right? I respect him, right? I'm not saying he's weak player. He's very, very strong. He's like there at the top, right? But I'm talking about like the general performance. Like if you play against someone regularly over and over again, right? That is the thing that matters, right? Because let's say if someone, because look, there are situations in ranked when I play against someone, right? There is a player who just flow charts, presses random stuff, and then they win, right? But then they can never win against me, because everyone got a different play style, right? You got to adjust to that. Some players are naturally good against the other player because maybe like their natural button pressing timing is better than the other guy, right? But the more you play, the more you are studied, right? If both players have studied each other very, very well, that is where it matters. And when I made the claim about Hira Malik, right, I said that my claim was that he can react to very fast low attacks consistently, right? That is the claim I made. I don't make a claim like he's the best player. He's at the top, but you cannot say like he's the best. But he is one of those players who can react to very fast low attacks, right? Like 20 frames, 21 frames. He's known for that. And there are more players like that. So with that being said, it is possible, but it's very difficult. Me myself, I cannot react to this 21 frames low, but I can react to this low, 22 frames. I can easily react to Jin's down 2, Hiachi's down back 2. There are like many slow lows which are reactable, right? Offline, I can react to Jin's L sweep as well, personally. Double forward 3 is Jin's double forward 3. I can do that, right? So this is the thing, right? Like Arush is strong player, right? And I'm admitting that, right? He can even beat someone like Arslan, right? He can even beat someone like Ulsan.
But you're just saying Arslan. Arslan
right?
said the same. No, I don't think Ayo Richie ever beat Arslan. I don't think he was ever that good, but he definitely beat Hira Malik and Khan back to back. I remember at Tiger Uppercut.
Yeah, Arush can do that. Players are good, right? You got strong players, they can do that, right? But like the thing is, being able to do it consistently, So,
yeah, he was saying that Arslan Ash said the same thing about Lee specifically.
This is the thing is like, it depends. Like whenever someone says something, they like speak based on their experience, right? So here, you will see like crazy players. I'm not trying to praise my region or whatever. I'm saying the truth. You will find crazy players. Let me show you a crazy player.
Oh, he said that Arslan Ash said that about Malik, here Malik specifically, that his reactions are like fuck.
Right? I'm gonna show you someone. This is where I was, you can say like, just look at this Brian player. We did FT sets, right? I think he's the best online Brian we got. I'm gonna show you some games, right? If this player plays normally, everyone is going to be like, this guy is cheating, right? Overall score, it was like 7 to like 7 to 17 or something like that. I won like 3 FTs, but look at his gameplay. I'm gonna show you some of the things that he can do. Oh my god, it is good.
Ah, they got fucked. Damn.
This guy, he can like block Victor's down back 4 most of the time on reaction.
Jesus.
You
Christ.
can never land a 20 frame low on this guy. He got the craziest combos there.
Maybe if you go to his replays now, he might have played a game since a patch.
Wait,
Or unless it was on your stream.
on my stream, I like played against this player.
Yeah, that was on PC, I think. That guy was on PC.
You
Maybe if you go to his replays now, he might have played a
Wait, I played against this guy on stream. I lost 2 FTs. He was playing Brian, I was playing like Victor. Let me show you. It should be somewhere. Let me show you how this guy plays. Today I'm streaming at a different. And like you can forget that this guy and like many other players are going to drop up whiff punish or block punish or like any side step punish. The moment you make one mistake, you die. I think like after this tier list. Let me find the match. Maybe during this. Which I played. Okay, never mind. I remember the date. 7th March. 7th March. When was 7th March? When was 7th March? A month ago. So the stream should be here. I played versus that player on 7th March. Come on. I think not here. For some reason, like I'll change the title of my stream, but it does not get changed. Seventh March. You know what? I'm just gonna look at all of these streams one by one. Everything from 1 month ago. Okay, let's start from here. Okay, I have checked this, not this one. Not that one. This one maybe? Okay, look at this. This is the stream. Just need to see the gameplay. So we got like crazy players, right? So when I say something is possible, right? I don't mean, like everyone can do it, right? Something is possible means it is possible, right? Like, for example, if I make the claim, Brian Stone Jetupper is possible. It is possible, right? There are players doing it, but not everyone can do it, because yes, down forward 2 into perfect electric is possible. Players do it, but not everyone can do it. Okay, so okay, let's look at these games. You lost here, right? Then I did, you can say, some research. Okay. You just look at the gameplay. You make one mistake, you die. Things like I lost that day because I did not have the read on his timing. Wait, just give 1 minute. You guys keep watching. Okay. Even on that day, the score was 19 to 18. Uh, I had, you can say, like one game over him. There like crazy players everywhere. Okay, I want that. I got carried by Victor. He got dropped there. Like what you need to see is you have to like look at the movement, timing, wave punishment, block punishment skills of these players, combo potential, how they defend, how they move and play like that. This guy gives me tougher time than the John.
Like, are you comparing like online to offline, or when you fight the John online?
Online, my ping with John is like usually 16 ms. So it is like near.
I never see replay. I never get to see replays of him playing online. I know it's like people don't either upload them or.
Yeah, people don't upload them. There are like many players here, you can say, who don't upload their gameplay. There are like many players here who don't upload their gameplay. Okay, that was a random launcher. And if I like spam stances against this player, I'm just gonna lose 20-0. This was back then in season 2. And like you might be wondering, okay, I'm just pressing back twos. These are like these are not, you can say, random back twos. These are well timed. So look, he did that. I waited, realigned, and then I did back to there. These are like little minor details.
Why do Pakistanis play so fast compared to Koreans?
I don't know.
Why is
Maybe like
that?
the natural play style. Because let's say if you want to beat this player, what you have to do, you have to like match his speed, right? So if you play against me, for
Okay.
example, or maybe let's say, you have seen like Atif play, right? Everyone has seen Atif play. He's
Yeah.
probably the best example. He plays very fast, right? He just keeps moving, and this is like Tekken 8. In Tekken 7, like there are players who just keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. They don't do anything.
Yeah, but even in Tekken 7, like I would notice Pakistanis would play like even Claudio, for example. That I feel like everybody that played Claudio in 7 that wasn't from Pakistan played him like not super fast and aggro, but then like Hafiz Tanvir would just be playing him like really fast.
Yeah,
Like even compared to Mogul because he didn't used to play like that back then.
yeah. The thing is,
Like
like,
Mogul didn't.
because in Tekken 7, the Claudio's main playstyle was down forward 3, right? So, down forward 3, because second it was minus 12 back then, it had more world travel, and because the
Yeah,
game was
Mogul
different.
didn't travel that much.
So,
It still feels like when I watched him play Mogul play though, they like now in Tekken 8 he plays really fast, but in Tekken 7 he didn't. But Hafiz Tanvir always played fast, even back in 7. And he like a lot of you guys always played fast too with other characters when it feels like everybody else was playing slow because Tekken 7 was so scary to play fast.
yeah,
And
like,
that's why it was so interesting. That's why it was so interesting watching Pakistanis play.
because the thing is, like, you have to shift between offense and defense, right? Look, for example, even if let's say, I'm just gonna do a review of this round, right? This is just a random round. So look, so here you can set it side step, he did jet upper. The thing is, jet upper is a safe launcher, right? You might wonder, okay, I could have launched, but the thing is, like, he did it at unexpected time, and I think this was the only time maybe where he did the raw jet upper in like 15 games. So whenever something like that happens, you can maybe like throw sudden, safe, fast things like that, to get some reward. So look, he got punished. Look at this, like I have to wait here because look, Brian is 0. This is 0. If I press, jab straight right, he can like, do down forward 2, down 2 is 14 for him, right? And look, he did side step. If I pressed anything, I would have died there. So I side step, match that movement, and then, like QC back 1. I tried to wave punish on reaction, but just could not. You have to like duck and stand like back up very quickly because you don't want to get hit by the slow mids like orbital. Okay, look, got punished. Look, back 1. Look, this guy's constantly realigning. QC back 1. Okay, so look, this was, you can see, the moment, right? So here you can see, if I had pressed, maybe I could have died. So I was like playing defensive. Back 1 plus 4. He pressed, he lost. So you have to like move around. As long as he was moving around after plus frame, he was doing fine. So look, plus frames, move around, plus frame, move around, plus frame, move around, plus frame, button, he's dead. Now, Victor combos at wall pressure, right? 0, low.
Yeah.
And look, this is where he pressed. After all of that patient play, all of this play here, can you expect a random while rising one coming? You actually cannot, because if you keep playing safe, you're like, okay, my opponent can do a random button. My opponent can do a random button. If you just give your opponent respect all the time, you're not doing a good job, right? You're just giving away your pressure for free. So, you have to like take a step sometimes and make the raid. And this is where he made the raid, and his raid was correct. And if you go through these 15 or 14 games, he does not press that much randomly. Maybe like once in a while, once after 2 games, once after 3 games, or something like that. You can select 97 damage. This is why, like, so look, here I got launched with a random button. Right? This. Wall break. 100 damage. Look, he activated the hit, and I'm dead. I'm dead here. Look, what I did do? What did I do? I pressed because I was like, maybe he'll go for the taunt setup, but he went for down back 1 pressed. And back 1 again. So the thing is like, sometimes you have to make the read, sometimes you have to play defensive. It just depends on your opponent, like things are situational. You cannot do same thing every round, every game, right? Players are different. Let's say if there are like 10 Fang players playing the Fang, all of them are gonna play Fang differently. And you even have to change your game every you can say round as well sometimes. If you feel like your opponent good, you can select good read.
That's reactable too for him, right?
No,
The
he
low.
cannot react. He cannot react to that. He cannot react to
Oh.
that law. That law he cannot. He cannot react to that. You can see now he is playing defensive, and you can see like he was playing defensive. I was doing frame traps. So look, there it was a frame trap, right? Just to keep things in check. He does not press anything, and then like at this time, at this moment, interrupted, and his raid was correct. Okay. So again, there was a mix-up, right? Because let's say if I had pressed something here right away after he woke up, it would be like maybe -9, something like -8 if I had gone for like the safe mate. So I went for like a delayed down forward 2, it did not work. Okay, that thing went under my jab there, look at that. It went under the jab. No, never mind, no, it was a counter. It did not. It was a counter. His timing was better there. This is like where I did not know his timings, right? Later on, I left the timings. I played a session yesterday with him. And like I won 3 FTs. 2 of them were like 5-0. Look at that, down back 4 good block. Like, what can I do there? He's like constantly doing side step blocks, right? And they do that, look.
He's
block,
laughing at him, taunting at you like that.
right? So like
The
players
taunt stuff.
play like that. Players are crazy. So, when I make a claim, okay, this thing is reactable, because I have seen players do that, right? But I don't mean by that statement that like everyone can do that, right? For example, taunt jet up is a possibility. Everyone cannot do that. So I hope like things make sense. And he's not like one guy, who is good here. There are like many players like that. At this blind player is good. So there are other bear players. So later on, I went on a winning streak against him, even in the same session, like 7 winning streak or 8 winning streak. And like yesterday, you can see like this is the set I played against him yesterday. And look, so you can see, look, 1 2 3 4 5. This was 5-0 first FT. Second time, it look 3 win streak. I went for the 3 winning streak. This is second FT. 1 2 3 1 2 3. And then he won 2 in a row. Second FT, I lost 5-3. Third FT, he won 2 at the start, then he lost 1 2 3 4 5 in a row. I won the second FT. 2 FT he won, 1 FT he won. Then he played FT again here. He left in the middle. Here. I cannot show you these games, but in these games I had like total control over the timing and neutral. This gameplay. In this gameplay, like we were doing literally nothing for 10-15 seconds because his timings were getting answered all of the time. Every single interaction, most of the interactions, I was winning the timings. There were like many situations where we did not do anything for 10-15 seconds, right? And if you see like the recent gameplay, he was just constantly pressing buttons, right? In this gameplay, he was playing very aggressive. This was total opposite. I had control all the time. All the time.
So do you think that's why I get fucked really badly in long sets? Because that your answer in a long set is timing. It's not actually, because in my brain, my answer is this guy guesses low a lot, All right, I'm gonna do more mids. This guy guesses mid a lot. All right, let me
Oh,
do more lows.
okay.
That's my answer in a longer set. But it seems like your answer is timing.
Look, let me show you something. Let me show you something. So whenever I am playing the game, right? Let's say I'm playing this character. I'm playing Jin, right? So first of all, let's say if Jin is playing online, I'm just gonna look at the ping. If ping is like 30, 40, right? You know, I'm not worried about down to anymore because I know I can block that one reaction,
Ready for the
right?
next battle.
So that's the thing. So there are some things that you're not worried about at all because your brain and hands are gonna autopilot punish, right? My whiff punishment, you can say that is my specialty as a player. I like most of the time just whiff punish, right? There's very rare chance I drop any whiff punish. You whiff something, so my brain on autopilot, you can say unconsciously, is looking for, you can say, whiff punishment. So while I'm looking for whiff punishments, I'm constantly looking at, like, at which timing my opponent is pressing, right? Is my opponent stepping? Is my opponent, which direction is stepping? Is my opponent ducking? If my opponent is pressing in minus frames, what my opponent is doing. So there are, like, many things that you have to look at, and you find the weak points in your opponent's gameplay. So instead of, like, doing same 2 3 4 patterns over and over again, in every single game, every single round, you just see what your opponent is doing, right, and play according to that. You have to, like, change your gameplay, because otherwise you cannot win against opponents I play. It's the case, right? In ranked randomly, look, let me actually I cannot show you how I played the ranked yesterday, how I played this ranked session. I picked low, and I was literally doing hope kick, hope kick, hope kick with Shaheen. Sorry, with Shaheen. I did hop kick, launcher, and then hop kick again, and then hop kick again. I was doing that combo. I was trolling in the rank against low destruction player, because, like, ranked players most of the time they just play randomly. This Lydia player, this Dragno player, I was doing that. I just wanted to have some fun. But whenever you're playing against someone like this guy, and there are many players like that, you just cannot make mistake. You're gonna make mistake, you're gonna be in trouble. Right, so if I show you something, who are the scary players? Let me show you something. There is a player. Okay, he is online. The Brian is online. He's very good player. Karma. He's very, very strong player. We got. There is a Steve player. Where is Steve? This player. This guy has defeated Ruslan in a tournament, right? So he plays tournament. His friend told me he has defeated Ruslan in a tournament, and you can see he places very well in the tournaments. Because I have stopped playing, so I ran into this player, and he was very good at Victor as well. I played against this player. Wang.
I want to ask, why is there so many Steve players in Pakistan?
Steve is very
That's a good
common.
question.
Steve is very common. You can see this is my rank. This guy is very good. This player is so strong. He's, you can say, like a tournament player. This new player guy. I fought, like, Noman as well. So I recently fought Noman. You can say I was playing Fakumram, he was playing Kazuya. Then it was like Fakumram versus Steve. I won the first set. Last 2 sets I lost. I was playing Fakumram 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. So you can say, like, even against these guys, against John, if, like, you can say international competing players, they're playing online, my score is, like, equal against these guys. And then if I show you, look, this is John. You see, so I got, like, my Destruction 4 promo from the John here on April 7th. So this is the Steve player. So when I was fighting, you can see, when I was going from Destruction 3 to Destruction 4 with Victor, I had to, like, fight these players. I had to fight, like, players who can beat Arslan. I had to fight John. So, like, it can be ranked, can be, like, difficult. You might fight players like him, Fighting Spirit. or you might fight, you can say, some random players. You know, there are like random players. You can just do like one move and win. Those type of opponents exist as well. So that's the thing, right? You know, so I'm making claims because I play against opponents like these. Yeah. This is the thing. You know, moves are reactable and stuff like that, but you know, you have to like, you know, work for it. If anything is possible, you have to work for it. You know, you don't get anything for free. Some things are more difficult to do. You know, reacting to Jin's down 2, right? It is easier to train compared to Lee's down back 3+. You know, there are like some moves that you cannot react to. So that's the
Yeah.
thing. You know, it also depends on the players. Personally, you know, like, you know, it is like how your brain works. It's about that as well. You know, sometimes, you know, you don't have to work for anything and you can just do something, right? For example, like Atif, John, you know, these guys are very good at execution. If you ask them to execute any move or any difficult combo, they'll do it without any issue. They're like naturally good at that. If you look at me, my execution is like trash. I don't have any execution at all. You know, I consider my execution like to be trash. So that's the thing. You know, sometimes you have to work for something. Sometimes, you know, you're naturally good at something. For example, Hiram Malik, you know, he's naturally good at reacting those things. Because Hiram Malik has been playing for as long as like Arslan has been playing for Rati, for other guys, right? Have been playing for you can select the same amount of time as well. But those players, you know, they cannot react the things that Hira can react, right? But then, you know, like other players like Arslan Atif, they're better at other things. You know, that is why they win more, they are stronger players. But the skill difference is not that big, you know. It is like little. And Hira Malik is, you can say, known as a long set player. Even in Tekken 8, you know, you just cannot win a long set versus that player. You know, he's not a tournament type player. So I'm not saying like he does not lose long sets at all. No, you know, he loses as well, right? Everyone loses. But there is very high chance that he's gonna win. It doesn't matter who he is against. There is a high chance. Right? Unless you have done, you can say you have studied the player.
I feel like I've already asked you this, but why do you think Atif doesn't win as much as Arslan?
I think, you know, Hira's strength is like low blocking, right? Reactions. So if
Or
you
not
can,
not Hira, but Atif.
Atif.
Unless you're about to say.
Uh, Atif, you know, like both players, when it comes to, you can say, the skill level, I think they're pretty close, right? But I think Arslan wins because he's like more consistent, right? Why is more consistent? You know, like, you know, if you play against Atif, sometimes once in a while he's just gonna do a risky move, right? You know, he has been doing that since Tekken 7. I still remember there was a match, Rangchu versus Atif. Tekken 7, Rangchu was playing Kuma or Panda. I think Panda and Atif was playing a Kuma. And in a tense situation, you know, Atif just did that Shoryuken with a Kuma, right? You know, DP, and he lost. So Atif can, you can say, make risky reads like that, you know. So, like in Pakistan, you know, we call these type of players brave players, you know, who are not afraid of anything. Let's say, if you go for a launch punishable low, let's say you're playing Anna, right? You go for a low launcher, it's get blocked, you know, you go for it again, gets blocked, right? You're gonna next time think, you know, like this guy's low blocking, I should be careful. Atif is not like that. He's a brave player, you know, you can say he's not afraid of, you can say, like taking the risk. Right? Arslan plays very safe. You know, you have to force him to make mistakes. Against Atif, maybe, you know, if you're patient, you know, if you wait for his mistake, you know, like, because he's going to make mistake. Compared to Arslan, where you have to force him to make mistakes. So that's the thing. Right? Atif plays like more rush down style. Arslan does not play rush down style. He plays, you know, like poking movement style. Atif is going to play, you know, rush down style.
So you think it's also rush down style too? That you can't...
Yeah, rush down style get punished more often, you know, especially if your opponent has the rate, right? Because if you get studied, right, you know, if you remember Ulsan versus Atif, right?
Yeah.
EWC, Ulsan 150. I think Ulsan did study him very, very well. Because I think I saw the interview or whatever, right? And I think it was Ulsan or someone who mentioned that Atif, you can say back then, used to do QCF4, Season Dragon, QCF4 into crouching down for 1-4 a lot, right? So, like every player makes mistake. Every player makes some mistakes unconsciously, right? There are mistakes that you make that you're not aware, right? So I think so those were the things that got started. So Atif was doing that QCF4 crouching down for 1-4. And Ulsan was like, you know what? I had decided this is what Ulsan said, maybe like someone else won against Atif. That so their plan was they're just gonna duck. It doesn't matter how many wild rising 3 they eat, they're gonna duck. So sometimes players do defense based on a plan like that. So it is not like, always, all of the time you're trying to, you can say, track the lows or track the highs. Sometimes you can say, you know what, I'm just gonna block mids the entire one round. Maybe the second round I'll block entire, I'll just keep ducking. You can play with your opponent's brain. So, these are the things you can go for, like things like that. Right? Because when it is, you can say, at this level where you don't care about which move your opponent is doing, right? Which mid high your opponent is doing, your muscle memory is strong enough that you're automatically going to duck and launch, If you do side step, you're going to punish, you're going to launch slow moves. Then you just focus on the mind games and your opponent's habits. And then you have to also consider, has your opponent studied you or not? So if you get studied, it can be difficult. So this is the thing. I think.
Yeah, like that. So you think that's why also too that everybody can study Arslan, but because he's not like a rush down style, that it's a lot harder to okay.
Yeah, because when you do rush down, you have like few patterns, right? So let's say I'm gonna do down for 1-2 into stance, this into this, right? So even if Arslan plays character like Nina's down for 1-2, so let's say look, Arslan plays Nina, he does a lot of down for 1-2 side step, but you cannot punish him there. You cannot punish him there. So because Nina is only -1 there. After jabs, Nina is like 0. So frames are there. So Arslan always plays around, you can say, like movement. His punishment skills are very good, right? I think his low rating skills are very good. Hiramali got reactions, right? Arslan got, you can say that, predictability. He's going to predict when you're going to go for the low. So look. You see, look, this is only -1. You cannot punish Nina here. Right? If you try to go for, let's say if you go for something slow, and Nina wants to commit to a risk. Let's say, you go for something slow like that. And Nina wants to go for a risk, Nina can go for something like this. Because that move is 13 frames. Last step is 13. After jabs, Nina is 0. Look. After jabs, Nina is 0. So this move trades with a 13 frame attack. So like there are like many, like, look. So there are like little details like that. Right? So, Arslan is going to do this. Instead of like committing to 50-50 right away, he's going to see what you're going to do. He looks at your you can say decisions, right? Understand your mind, and then, he's going to do something. So this is the thing, he plays like very safe style taken, right? But then, Arslan is not afraid of making the hits whenever it is possible. He'll make the hit. This is the difference. So when Koreans play, they just play safe taken, right? When any players play, they play risky taken. Pakistan is in the middle. Pakistani players, mainly play like safe taken, but whenever, they have the hit, they'll do that. And let's say
Yeah,
if you
it also feels like too. It
Yeah,
also feels like too that like Arslan will play. He's not like gonna rush you down, but he's also not gonna like he's gonna play fuck. What is the right word? That he's like just not gonna let you run your shit. Like you're not just gonna like he's not just gonna just like not press for no reason. Like
Yeah, exactly. Because
he's gonna be kind of selfish almost like when like while you're playing, if that makes sense, but without
Yeah.
overextending.
Yeah, because the thing is like down for one, this move is 13 frame fast, right? Only -1. So this move has like very good neutral control, you know. It has good tracking, good it works, you know. It got extensions, right? If you wanna play mind game, right? So you know he plays around these pokes, right? You know, so you cannot like control Nina because you know that's why Nina is like high up there in the tier list because down to like how you're gonna control this move with the jabs you cannot, right? If you go for down forward one, Arslan goes for Nina player goes for like down forward one, then you know she got back two to counter it. So she has like the perfect toolkit, right? You know, and it is all about like having that control over the neutral and spacing. You know, where you just suffocate your opponent, you don't let your opponent do anything, right? At the same time, you know, you know, maybe sometimes you're not rushing your opponent down, you're not mashing, but your opponent cannot mash either, right? So that like tension situation, and your opponent like breaks, they make the mistake, you know, and that is when you like punish your opponent. And then you know Nina got like down to, you know, this move if you block, look at this, like this move is crazy. This is the most broken low in the game. If you try to punish this move, you know you get launched. If you try to punish this low, only -12 by the way, right? And let's say you're like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna block the follow-up, I'm gonna punish Nina. Follow-up is also -12. You know, so like she goes from -12 to -12. You know, like this is crouching, this is standing. But things like these are useful against Dragno. Let's say you're fighting Dragno, you know, instead of like doing this, you know, instead of doing this and getting hit by Wire Rising 1+2 in season 2, you just do this and take the 4-1 punish instead, right? You don't allow Dragno to hit engage. And you know, like this is why Heat Burst, you can say, had like very important role in the game, where your opponent could just control the neutral. You know, the moment you feel like you're under pressure, you know, you cannot do anything. Boom, press this button. Now you have empowered version of your character. But now you know they have nerfed this gameplay because not because Heat Burst is, you can say, weaker in any way, but the situation after Heat Burst is not in your favor because you cannot like do 3 or 4 empowered attacks. You do 1 empowered attack, you know, which gives you good reward, and then your hit is gone. Or you do hit smash or hit dash. You have to like choose one thing most of the time, right? So you have like one chance. If you land the attack, you know, you're gonna kill your opponent. Maybe do the comeback, maybe snowball the round into, you know, like next round. But if your opponent blocks it, you know, you are in trouble because now you don't have hit burst. Especially if your control over neutral is not that strong, you know, you cannot do anything. So it is about, you know, like neutral control. I think it is all about neutral control with the pokes, right? You know, that is like Brian is up there because Brian can challenge Nina's down for 1 poke. So why Brian got 1-1, QCF 1, sorry, QC back 1. QC back 1 goes under jabs, right? If you do 2 jabs, Brian is gonna do Wild Rising 1 instead. And you know, like Brian got down back 3 low poke that is only -12. You know, it is very good to counter jabs. And then Brian got the G clef 1-1 CF1 block 1-4, you know, hitting catcher version. You know, that is why like why, you know, like Dragnos 1-1 is so annoying because you know, like you cannot control neutral if you're fighting Dragno. He just has that 1-1. The moment you try to press, he can do that, right? You take like 35 damage, and then you know you're in the same situation again. This is the thing. So if you can like rush down, you know, if you wanna win, let's say like how to beat this playstyle. Let's say if someone is winning neutral, you can play 50-50 character. Someone like Lydia, you know, you might have noticed like Farzin plays Lydia versus Arslan compared to Victor, right? Because with the Lydia, he can rush you down, you know, he can lock you down. Neutral does not matter anymore. You skip neutral into your pressure, right? We got characters like that.
Why doesn't Arslan ever play Dragunov?
You know, he can play good Dragno, but you know, he's like mainly known as a waifu player in Pakistan. So he's gonna prefer waifus.
It just seems like it'd be like because of the movement and the down forward one stuff.
Yeah, you know, like Arslan also, you know, if you look at his characters that he played, he has been playing. So he played first character, Kazumi. If you see the playstyle,
Yeah.
down back 4, you can replace that with Nina's down back 3. Back 2, homing move, Nina back 2. Down forward 1, Nina go down forward 1. Jabs, Nina go jab, right? And then some string extensions if you want to make the rate, like down forward 1 into 2. 1, 1 into 2, right? So if you look at Geese after that, Geese was just about the pokes, right? And then you wait for that one wave, because Geese was not a stance character or anything like that, So you just like poke your opponent down with down forward 1, down 2, down 3, so step 3, down forward 1. They make mistake, boom, and then you kill your opponent. And then later on he picked Kunimitsu. Kunimitsu was annoying. Kunimitsu is gonna be here in Tekken 8,
Yeah.
but Kunimitsu was annoying, right? 2 to 2 was 12 frame interrupt, 12 frame poke with a string extension where Kunimitsu could do 2 5 times, or she could do 2 and press 1+2, go to back turn 2 So second it went to back turn, third it went to that dash stance similar to Clive.
Yeah.
Clive dashes forward, similarly, like Kunimitsu dashed forward, and she could recover in crouch standing there, right? And then she could do the fourth hit or fifth hit, and then down forward 1, Arslan put Zafina, down forward 1, jab, down forward 1, down 3, down back 4, poke, maybe some stances. Zafina had good movement, Kunimitsu had good movement, right? Kazumi had good movement. Geese was like okay, right? And we're in Tekken 8, right? In Tekken 8, even if you look at characters, he tried Azucena. Azucena was, you can say, mainly a poking character back then. Her down forward 1-4 was good, down back 4, running 3-2. So running moves, plus and block move, fast pokes, fast lows, reliable, you can say, low that goes under jabs. That is what Azucena had in season 1. They nerfed her. He moved to, you can say, Nina, because Arslan played Nina in tag 2 as well, right? If you look at his other picks, he played Julia for a bit. Julia again had fast pokes, down forward 1, double forward 1, elbow, down 3, 13 frame low, right? Then some 50-50s. So Arslan does not go for that 50-50 heavy character. He goes for character where you have mainly pokes, right? But if you need you have like a 1 or 2 50-50 mix-ups, right? So Kunimitsu had a 50-50 in crouch, but mainly she was
Yeah,
just
like a
going back
power
pokes.
low. Like a
Yeah.
power knockdown low.
Yeah, it was, you can say, similar to Nina's, you can say, like wipe the floor. It looked similar to Yoshi's, you can say, crouching down forward 3, but it was similar, where
Yeah.
you knock down, you get granted follow-up, you flip over, and then you go for that game. But mainly, it was just the pokes.
Also, I don't think I was even watching Tekken at this point, but Ao Richie said he had a nasty Steve too in Tekken 7.
Who, Arslan?
Yeah,
Or
Arslan,
Atif?
yeah.
Arslan played, I remember,
That was
Steve.
Atif.
Yeah, Atif is, you can say, Steve Monster. His main was Steve
Okay.
in tag 2. I remember him
Oh, so
playing
Arslan,
Steve.
it wasn't Arslan playing Steve then.
I think it was Atif. Maybe like Arslan played, because when you're training,
He
you
played
just
it
play some
casual,
character.
probably. He probably played casual.
Maybe casually, or just to test the limits of a character, right? To see
Yeah.
how good, you can say, a character performs. What are the weaknesses? Because Hira Malik and Man Chaudhary, these guys have always been his competitors. You can say a threat in the tournaments for Arslan. So maybe that's why I just wanted to get some experience with the steel, right? So that he can know the limitations of the character, where the character loses. Because when you're someone who's learning the game, you just know how to play, let's say, one character, because you don't know anything about other characters. In that situation, playing the character and learning the character, that is, I think, a terrible idea to learn matchups, right? But if you're already a pro player who knows every character, right, every move, you can just play a character for like 3-4 days, and you know a lot of things about the character. So that's the thing. He played Lars. Pokes.
Yeah.
Main thing is pokes.
Yeah,
Yes.
like when they nerf Lars's down forward 1, he definitely would never pick Lars ever again.
Yeah. So his main style is poking, side step style. Low high plays don't counter hits. Low high has that, you can say, that timing based style. Atif has the aggressive style. So playstyle is different, and it depends on the character you're playing, because You can play different characters based on different play styles. So that's the thing, right? This is like how people think. This is what I think about Pakistani Taken and our pro players. Because I have been there, like competing with these guys. Wait, maybe. I might have, you can say, some tournament sets. This is versus Tanveer. This is Datev, this is it. This is Arslan. Okay, this is, I think, tournament set. Yeah, this is a tournament set. Yeah, this was top 8, fine. No, winner finals. Pool 8, okay, it was in pools. So this was a tournament set back then. And like why Arslan picked Julia here? Because the first thing is like, Julia used to be his main attack, number one, so he had experience. Number two, Julia was good against Lee. Right? There was a Lee player, another Lee Long player. And I used to pick Julia in tournaments to counter that. So, it was a counter pick. You see? So look, this is the thing. Like, look, Julia could step here. Boom, 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 boom. You see? And then do this. And then 50-50. Okay, he went for the mid there. Like why Lee was strong? Because look, he just, you can say, like, negated the space control. Lee would deny you just like that to have that space control and control over neutral. You could never like control neutral and space against Lee. It was impossible. Look, and this was the thing. You might be like, who jumps with Julia? So look here, I was moving. I was like, okay, you know what? I was trying to read the defense here, right? He jumped here. He was like, I'm gonna press there, and then he ducked. So I just cleared the options. So like it's not like mashing everywhere. You can see it was, like timing or stuff like that. And he ducked again. Round 3. Mid. He went for the low again. Okay, so here I was like trying to pressure. Here I was trying to pressure. This is the thing. Arslan plays defensive, but whenever it comes to, you can see, making the risk. Look, here I was trying to pressure with the movement, but he did the hop kick. So whenever, you can pressure with, you can see, like, so you can break the pressure with something, do that. Armor, you can see. So like pressed 2 panic buttons there. And now he's not gonna press any panic button, throughout the rest of the set. So that was just 2 panic buttons. So it is not because it is the habit to press the panic button, but that was, you can see, part of the strategy. Okay, look, this is the Lee matchup thing. Look at that. This is why he picked Julia. Look.
Oh, yeah, because she could like reach from half screen too.
Look at that. Look at that. You block this low because this low was reactable. So it was such, such a weird trap. You go for this low because it is reactable. You block. You try to punish, and your punish does not reach. Low again. And he stepped the Razor Rush.
Yeah, they're saying to ask him out their first hit of Razor Rush.
Right.
I didn't get to play like insanely good lays because I wasn't that good back then. But I just remember like getting really triggered fighting Lay. I
Yeah.
know he wasn't insanely good, but he was like
No, no, he
I
was
don't know.
good.
It was just always scary fighting him.
I think he was good. Personally, I think he was good. He was not, you can say, that at the top level, right? But he was a
Yeah,
strong
not like
character.
top 10, not top 10 for sure.
Yeah, no, no top 10, no top 10. You know, and what was, you can say, the counter? Why I picked this stage? Because this was the only counter, this was the only situation where Lee could win versus Julia, right? So it was not here about, you can say, like, okay, I don't know what is high, what is low, right? Or Arslan does not know what is high, what is low, where you can step. It was about, you can say, the strategy. Open stage versus closed stage. So I picked the open stage. You can see, like, I manually picked it. I think. You see here, I went to the stage select. Look, you see, I manually picked it because in Tekken 7 in tournaments you could manually pick.
Yeah.
Because now, you know, like I can just run away. Okay, he ducked the second one. You know, it was a mind game if your opponent is gonna press or no. Okay, he completed the string. Okay, Lee's shenanigans. Leave long
That
shenanigans.
I forgot about that move.
Yeah, you know, like if your opponent like you know runs towards you, you just lie on the ground. You know, if Lee would be taken, it would be so funny to get, you can say, away from all of the
Yeah.
50-50 using, you know, this thing and then launching. Okay, now stance mix. Okay, he whiffed. Whiff punish.
Didn't Lei Wulong also have like six rage drives or some
Yes.
shit?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He had that. He had that. Okay, nice punish. Okay, he went for the mid. Mid again. Because, you know, Julia could go for the low health sweep there. Julia had, you can say, the low sweep. And I think this was back then in like season 3. In season 4, you know, Lee got a 12 frame mid where he could option select the spin mix up of Julia. I did not confirm that. Okay. Low wake up low launcher. You know, this existed. Double fold 1 for. You know, like with Julia, if you did duck and Julia landed a down forward 1, if you were ducking, she would get a free 13 frame follow. If you ducked her down forward 1. So that is why, you know, you don't duck that much against Lady. Okay, this is scary situation against Lady. This is very scary situation. Okay, I did not duck. Low. Okay. Whiff punish. I think he's dead.
Oh, that came out so fast.
Okay, round 3.
Lei was like tilting to lose to, but I'm not gonna lie, it's just like funny. At least it's like funny to get hit by it. And Tekken 8 or Kunimitsu, like you just get hit by this dumb shit and it's like wouldn't it be funny? At least with Lei, he'd be doing the stupidest animations of all time.
Yeah, like he was so toxic. Look at this. Look at this. Imagine showing these, you can see intro poses. If Lee comes into Tekken 8, you know, he's going to be the most toxic character of Tekken 8. Without any doubt. Okay, he ducked the low. He had good damage. You know how your viewers are not getting bored by this Tekken 7 gameplay because they are, like probably from new generation.
I'm not gonna lie, even if you don't know what's going on though, and you're from a new generation, there's no way that it's not funny to watch what Lei is doing. Like it's just like so ridiculous.
Okay, nice. Like Arslan could react to this by the down back forward. Not all the time, but look here, he reacted. This was on reaction, 100%. He got hit by, you can say, a few of those snake edges. Look at the damage.
And that wall splat too.
And here,
I forgot you could wall splat that.
yeah, here I still remember I was like, he's gonna do wake up kick. Here, I did this because this is minus. This was minus, right? So I did not have the mix up. Arslan had the mix up for wake up kick, and look at my HP. I was like, he's gonna do wake up kick. I did back swing below. If he had pressed, I could have won. He did not press. Have been like very lazy when it comes to content creation. Okay, low. So that's how it ended. There are like many matches like that. This is versus Atif, this is versus Khan, this is Bilal, this is Khan, this is Mohsin Shooter, this is Kashi Snake. You're like, Leo was good versus Go. My played Leo. This is Malika Ash playing Noctis. This is Tanveer. This is also Tanveer. This is Isharib. This is Isharib. This is Mohsin Shooter. It's like game was fun back then. Game is fun now as well. And your gameplay like depends on situations, mind games, and stuff like that. Still like keep fighting these players. For example, John or Naman. Okay, so this is the final tier list. What do you think? Do you think it is good? People might disagree, right? This is my personal opinion, right? So this is what I think. Where characters are at based on my experience, based on my opinion. Everyone has the right to disagree. I respect everyone's opinion, right? So okay, so I think like
I still need to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I still need to see if Claudio is actually that fucked when I play the game. Like, did everybody else actually get nerfed hard enough for down back 1+2 to not be that crazy?
Yeah, down back 1+2 was crazy. Down back 1+2.
It looks pretty bad.
Yeah, because down back 1+2, it consumed the install, right? But then it gives you the install back if you landed the move. So I think you have to rely on up back 2. With up back 2, you should do fine, right? Claudio is playable, but for casual, if you want to stream, Claudio is fine. If you want to compete, I think like pick, one of S tiers. It is going to be easier. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Asuka is like, I don't know how do you play this character. I feel bad for Asuka players. did not lose to Asuka, but Asuka players. Where is Asuka matchup?
Double Jin.
34%. Was not
He
losing
thinks
to
Devil
Asuka's
Jin.
anyways. Who?
Yeah.
Devil Jin?
I said you think Devil Jin is fucked too, pretty much.
Yeah, he is, but like he's still playable. You can mix with Hellsweep, right? You still got Demon Spore, you still got your 112, you still got stuff, right? You still got your Morning Crow, that throw. You still have that spike combo, so you got stuff. But with the Hellsweep, you take the risk. At the end of the day, it comes to how good your lows are. So that's the thing, right? So like you're going to take risk with the Hellsweep. The only poke you have is down back 2, and again down back 2 is reactable. I'm making it statement again, but it is reactive, right? It takes effort, it will need time to react to that move, but down 3 is a reliable poke. You see, like it is difficult to react, but it is possible. Down 3 is, this is a reliable poke. Maybe like you can land electric, or like Hellsweep. So, before and like Devil Jin was doing fine because he could do this like multiple times, right? Or he could like do this multiple times, Because if he could land this twice, he would do like 70 damage. Because if you duck, you get launched with the mid heat engager. Wait, no, you don't get launched. But like this thing was good. This is good, but it is hit consumption. Like he can do this only once, maybe twice if he lands like this thing. Because if you want to hit engage with Devil Jin, this is risky, right? You're gonna just throw this to hit engage. This is punishable. This is one option. What else? Devil Jin got like this buff. This is good. This buff was good, but the move is too slow. The move is too slow. But still, like Devil Jin is still playable. On the offensive side, you can do something, right? You can still do something with this character. Even though when it comes to 50-50, you can still do something. With Asuka, it is difficult. Offense especially is difficult with Asuka. Like compare the offense of Asuka to like Lydia. It is day and night difference. Lisa got good defense, with the side step and backdash. Fiona got good backdash. Armor move is there.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like Asuka actually doesn't even have like good movement, really. Like her backdash is really bad.
Yeah,
and then you got characters like Elisa and Zafina that are just like you can't even press into them either.
Yeah, maybe like the next target is going to be like the S tier. I think these maybe like next patch, because we have hope now, right? Next patch maybe they'll fix like these S tier characters.
Yeah,
these characters maybe Victor nerfs, King nerfs, Alyssa, Lydia. If they nerf these characters, maybe like these 3 rows. Yeah, nerf all of these as well. Nerf more, nerf Lily more, nerf Armor King more. Nerf these more, nerf these the hardest. These characters still need, and as well. But if they nerf like everyone, nerf Anna more. Maybe game is going to, but they're not gonna go that direction. They're gonna keep the game like this. So maybe, what I'm thinking, like maybe like Claudio gets buffed. Next patch, maybe Asuka gets buffed again. So I think instead of like nerfing these characters, they're gonna buff these. I don't know why I'm having the feeling. Maybe I've lost trust in developers.
Well, it's because I don't know if they're gonna do another like sweeping nerf change again, where like the entire cast gets nerfed like how they did today,
Yeah,
with like a specific like Tekken 8 system change that affects everybody negatively.
yeah,
They've already did it with combos and they did with heat engagers.
yeah. Game is in good situation, right? But still,
Yeah.
these characters need nerfs. Top tiers,
Yeah.
top 10. Steve, for example, like, what do you know about Steve? Lionheart 1, right? Nerf it. Fang, down forward 3, safe mid launcher, maybe make it punishable. Hiachi, down forward 1 to maybe remove the pushback, nerf the warrior instinct stuff, right? Nina, nerf the down 2 to second, it should be like minus 15. Right, down 2 alone should be minus 13. King, nerf. Like, if how do you nerf King? How do you nerf this character? If you nerf this character, he goes here. If you take away down forward 2, right? He goes here. So, it is tricky. Maybe like apply a combo scaling. I think the best way to nerf King is like apply combo scaling, harder combo scaling on down forward 2-1. Right? Let him keep the move, but maybe make it deal like 45
What about
damage
if you
on a
can't hit confirm it? Or you can't Twitch confirm it anymore?
Then it is useless again, right? Because you're committing to the move which is
Oh.
mid-high, right? You get launched every
Yeah.
time you like commit to the move. So he'll get baited so hard. And then
Okay.
he does not have other ways to deal damage. Because like look at Lydia, how she can apply pressure, or how Brian has counters, right? Or how like Dragon got the lows. So maybe like double for neutral, 2 of King minus 14, down forward 2, apply scaling. Right? Remove the homing giant swing, etc. Right? He's fine. Alyssa 2 million nerfs. Brian 2 million nerfs. Victor, like nerf the wall pressure. Polo, like 8 down 2. Nerf that. Make the low hit smashes, I think like minus 15 for everyone, including Victor, Lee Chaolan. I'm pretty sure like it will make Lee Chaolan and Claude even worse. If they make it minus 50.
Or if they made low heat smashes, not break walls. I was
Yeah.
thinking they might have done that. That
Yeah.
like Claudio and Lee would be super fucked.
That's actually a good idea. It does not give you more reward, but does not, you can say, kill you if it gets blocked.
I'm just wondering what they would get. I feel like they would have to give Claudio something if they did that.
Yeah, I think this patch was a big W, a step in the right direction. If they nerf these characters in upcoming patches, it is going to be better, the best option.
Yeah.
So let's see what they do. Like, don't destroy that character, what they did with Asuka, There's one thing I disagree, and that is like Asuka's nerfs, They nerfed her too hard. What they could have done? What they could have done instead with Asuka is like double forward 1+2. Right? Let it be the launcher, But make it like -9, -6, right? Make it -6 instead of +2.
Yeah, that's actually kind of weird. I don't know why they did that.
Right?
They should have just been -9.
Right? This is +4 normally, right? With heat +11, don't take away +11, make it +4, but let her maybe like keep the launcher, right? So that
Or
she
just
has-
like maybe not make that move homing again. Like I don't know why that move only became a problem when they just decided to make it homing.
Yeah, they can keep the frames, keep the launcher, but remove the homing, right? So like out of all of the things, they decided to like take away the damage that she can deal. Like this is good damage, but no, that is not granted. Due to this and the neutral 3, if they wake up, it is a mix-up. I think like the installs are problem. Installs are making the characters difficult to nerf, because install and heat mechanism, they are combined, they're one thing, right? So what they could do is like add new heat properties, right? Make the installs totally independent of the heat. What do you think? You have to uninstall, you do something, and then install is gone.
Wait, so you're saying you don't get install and heat?
Yeah, heat is totally different thing, install is totally different thing. They're not combined, for Ask and stuff, right? Because the problem was Asuka was able to do this move like 3 times, right? And
Yeah.
every time, she would launch you. So that was the issue. But let's say if install was not, you can say, the same thing as the heat, right? Let's say she did earn the install, she used it, install is gone, but she has the heat moves. Maybe give new heat moves to these characters. Make install totally independent of heat.
It still sounds a little bit scary though, that giving them new heat moves and heat. It's kind of like a mini install.
Yeah, that's the main install. But then the old install does not exist, right? During the heat. You might be wondering, like, then let's say if they give them new heat moves, right? Then the new heat moves, you have heat activated and you have install, you have like double buff, right? That is an issue. The things like, developers know. From this patch, they have showed us like they know what they need to fix.
Yeah.
I think like, their direction was not clear or what they were thinking, I don't know. I think it was something to do with, you can say, the direction of the game or the concept of the game being aggressive. But they definitely know, what they're doing. Because some players on the social media were complaining, developers that don't even know how to play the game, right? But they know. They have proved everyone wrong.
I think they know. They just thought that like catering to casuals this much would have made the game more successful. But I think when they realized that they catered too hard and the hardcore players made it like too, they made like the public perception of the game too messed up because of them making all these changes that they had to tone it back down.
Yeah. I think
Because stuff like the Steam reviews being so low is like really bad to get new people to join.
Yeah. So this is the thing. This was a good direction. So, it's been like 5 hours until we started the stream. So, thank you so much, Joe.
Yeah, no problem. It was fun.
Okay, yeah, it was fun. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining in. I need to go now. Thank you, Joe. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Later.
Okay, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. It was a long stream. We made a tier list, the first impression. We did the patch review. Right. It's been like 5 hours until I started streaming. So yeah, I wanted to play some rank, but I don't think I have enough energy now, right? Like I got skin infection, I was taking rest. That is why I did not stream for like last 2 weeks. Because I got the skin infection. I got healed. It got better. Look, 4-5 days ago. But 2 days ago it started getting worse again, right? And now I'm feeling like much better, but I need to like totally get rid of it, and then I'll be back, you can say, to the stream. You can see like I have been, you can say, doing some ranked push. It's not like I just cannot sit at all, right? But I was not streaming, because I cannot waste your time. It's not like I'm going to start the stream. If I'm not feeling well, after 10 minutes I'm going to say, okay guys, bye bye. Because in the ranked session, let's say if I start playing, after 10 minutes, 15 minutes, if I'm not feeling well, I can just, stop the session. That is why I kept playing. You can say got like 3 characters at Destruction 4, Armor King, Falcon, Victor. I was having some fun with Leroy, you can see here, Shaheen here, Clive, Low. So I was having some fun with these characters. So, I want to play rank. Maybe let's play some ranked games. I'm having, you can say, the game cravings. Let's play some ranked games. This is a new patch. I'm gonna try Claudio. The nerfed Claudio. Let's try the nerfed Claudio. Let's see how good he is. So the tier list was, you can see, like the first expression, right? When I saw the patch notes, how I think the meta is going to change. So let's see how Claudio plays. Okay, guys, we found the first opponent. Season 3, second patch. Patch 3.2. Patch 3.02. We are playing Claudio. Let's see. Well, let me actually close this. Come on. What is taking so long to load? I think the bug is a bug due to the patch. Okay, let's go. Season 3 Claudio. No. Like he's second load player, but guys, look at that. Okay, I mashed and it worked. Nice punish. I need to like try this character against someone who is strong. Against like a pro player or against a strong player. Let me invite someone. Let's see how good Claudia is.
Battle.
Hey Jackson, welcome to the stream. We got a patch today and they nerfed everyone. Not everyone, but most of the characters. Okay, we got another opponent.
Get ready for the next battle.
There were like many changes. There were like many changes they made. You know, to the key moves of different characters. Guys, he's the Brian player who was on stream. Okay, guys. Hop kick. Yeah, you know what they did, Jackson? They changed, you can say, the key moves, right? For example, Glorious Shoryuken, then after that, Asuka's running move, then after that. Guys, look at that. Assalamualaikum, kaise hai? Now it's actually season 3. Yes, Asad bro, it's season 3 now. We have officially entered the season 3, guys. It's not season 2.5 anymore. Guys, you can see Claudio is working against one of the best players here. You know, Claudio is fine. Claudio is top 10. Yeah, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. I'm making funny statements because I'm just so happy. Bro, what is that? I did running to there. I did running to there. No. He was trying to catch me with the jiggler. Guys, Claudio is working. People still be complaining. Yeah, I know, brother. Asad bro, I know. People still be complaining. There are players who are going to be. But I think like most of the community is happy. You know, Joe Budden got his character nerfed super hard. He's happy. You know, we should be happy. We should learn something from Joe Budden. He's gonna drop the combo. No, he did not. Look, he interrupted while rising 1-2 with the jab, bro. This play is crazy. No, no, no. Down 1+2 punish. What? I knew it he's gonna press something. Did you like it? Yes, I liked it. Wait. It connected the entire thing? I could have gone for a better combo there. No, I could have like sidestepped there. I could have stepped there. You know when he charged like hunting bear 1-2, I could have stepped there. Look at that. Okay, it still works. You know, we still got down 1-2. We still got down 1-2, guys. Boom. We still got hop kick. No. My running to did not reach there. Bro, what was that? प्रकाश भाई आप क्या कर रहे हो यार? Wait, why did it duck there? Why did it duck there? I should have ducked there. Bro, you know, could have won it. Could have won it. Guys were playing the worst character in the game. Give him 1 minute. Someone is knocking the door.
For the next battle.
You know, I could have won the set. I could have played it better with better combos. Give me 1 minute. guys, I need to go. So thank you so much for joining in. I'll see you guys